Ow. Did I do something? Did I break it? Did I break it? Did I break something? No, I did not. I think. Mimi. Where am I? Hello? Is anyone out there? Unless I'm muted and this is all a dream. Hello? Wendan. Where am I? I'm still gone. Did you know that I'm still gone? What the? Did you know? Okay, wait. I'll do that again. I'll do that again, but I'll do it right this time. Yep. It's not like I totally forgot to turn something on. I totally forgot to turn something on, didn't I? Nobody, don't look yet. Don't look. Don't look. I'm way too lacking in sleep for this. Ugh. Okay, wait. Let's pretend. Yep. Where am I? Am I here yet? Good morning. That's not the second time that I've done that today. You should tell me that I'm so smart. You should appreciate my smartness. Good emotion. Good morning. Almost noon. Wow. I feel like I was just here 12 hours ago. Have coffee. That's what I was missing. Coffee. Ugh. Water. Have I had water? Water. Good morning, everyone. Big brain guy. Yes. Yes. I got green tea. Do you hear this? It's the sound of green tea. Green tea is the same as water, right? Man. How do you... Ohayou gozaimasu. Close enough. Good. Good. I have this thingamajiggy. Reminding the streamer to hide it like a potted plant. You know what? I may be just a plant. Honestly. Siyang ka na, Garymon. Hello. I'm so sorry. Everyone is just trying to keep me alive. I don't know why I don't have... Do I have a problem? I feel like I don't have like... I feel like I'm too used to ignoring thirst signals that I don't know what it feels like to realize that I need to drink. Because I realize when I get lightheaded and then I'm like, oh, I wonder why I have a migraine. Oh, I haven't drank today. That's usually the case. Man. Wait, quick stretch. Okay. Guys, do you know how to do it again? Yeah. Guys, for those of you who don't know, I'm trying to challenge myself to stream every day until my birthday. I forgot what day it is. Day 2, day 3. It's probably day 2 or something. Day 3. So you're Miji, but instead of forgetting to eat, you forget to drink. I don't have a drinking disorder, as far as I know. As far as I know. But actually, yeah, you know what? Michi drinks more than I do. That girl consumes, drinks, like... That's the only thing in her fridge. Wow, that's the opposite of my fridge. My fridge is just full of food. Stream every day until 20th March 27th. Perish. I did... Okay, if I do that, by that point, you'd be so sick of seeing my face. It'd be so sick of seeing my face. And listening to me saying, I forgot to drink again, you know? All Kanna knows is rage bait, gaslight, and dehydration. I don't understand. I'm still... Pharaoh. I think... I was gonna say old age has gotten to you, but I don't think that's it. Pharaoh. We should make peace. You know? You know, Pharaoh. Right, chat? You don't think I rage bait, do you, chat? To listen to Pharaoh, he says very nice things about you in private. Pharaoh! Is that true? Lower time forever. How long is 856,782 seconds? Holy crap! What? 10 days. Wait, I have follow-up questions. When you time out someone, do you put 10 days or do you put that stupid big number? Wait a minute. OMG, she has the same duck laugh as Mitch. I do not have a duck laugh. I don't know what you're talking about. I have an interface that lets me use a slide. You have a special thing that... Is that what it's like to be like the mod father or something? Guys. Be very afraid of Pharaoh and his sliders. You don't... Window cleaning lab. Excuse me, what does that even sound like? It's not the mod father. Wait, I'm gonna put on a jacket. Cause you know what I just realized? When I was setting up earlier, first of all, I realized that I lost my pants. I lost my pants, so I had to go find my pants first. And then when I got back, I still felt cold and I didn't understand why. You know? And do you know what? It turns out that my shirt has holes in them. Okay. You know, there's like the head hole, neck hole, head hole, and then the arm holes, and then the other hole on the bottom, right? Those are like the normal holes that go onto a t-shirt. I have... Wait, let me count. I'm gonna count. This is why I just realized that I'm cold. Okay, I'll count how many holes. Other than the main big holes, how many I have. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. But 23 and 24 are merging into one big whole. So I'll just call it 23, 24, 25, 26. Where was I? 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Is this real? 41, 40. Was that 40 or 41? 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Is there any more? I'm done. There's 50 holes. I haven't checked the back because that's only the front. Because I can't check the back. That is a fishnet? No. Not a shirt, that's a suggestion. I didn't do anything to the shirt, I swear to God. Every time I say that, I can feel Pharaoh not trusting me at all. I see. That is sure just a bunch of fabric tied together by hope centers. Honestly, probably. Wait, I'm okay. Now I'm running my hand down my back just to see if there are holes in the back or just the front. Oh, there are holes on the back. 51. I can't reach. Okay, let's stop it at 51. Just like... Okay, just like you didn't do anything to the right. Yeah. Maybe, you know what? Maybe this is why Ray keeps telling me to buy shirts. You think? Did I miscount? Nope, I'm pretty sure. I didn't miss any single one spot. Yeah! Okay, yeah, so the reason I was cold... The reason I'm cold is because there's one hole that grew exponentially bigger. Okay? And it's right the one under my boob. So now it's just a giant gaping hole. I don't know if it merged with the other holes. But now it's like I'm really cold. I had to turn down the AC. And then I got a jacket. Some people would just change shirts, but you know, I didn't think that through. Like you're live in the morning, barely. I am barely gathering my thoughts. Some VTubers counting grains of rice. This little counting holes. It's, to be fair, I've had this t-shirt since I was in middle school. It's either middle school or 4th grade. How old would I be? 10? It's because no pads on the shirt, that is merely a ref. I mean, and it still fits. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Because I actually had my growth spurt when I was like in the 4th grade. I stopped growing in middle school. I'm so sad. I know, just don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Like yeah. She bigger growth in middle school. I am indeed 192 centimeters. I know. The holes are not because they don't fit. I tell you. Okay. So both feet are on the computer chair because they don't reach the ground. Here, if you want me to reach the ground, I could. Wait. Let me adjust my seat. Did you know that your gaming chair has like a max bottom? Because it's not moving down. What the? Is this the lowest it can go? Are you kidding me? It is. Anyway. This cannot be the lowest setting on the chair. Wait a minute. Anyway, whoever made these stupid chairs, right? I know. Max bottom could apply to so many things. She's like 4'11". Okay. What the heck is 4'11"? I'm pretty sure my height would start with a 5. Wait a dang minute. In, what is that, feet and inches? I'm 5 foot something. I'm 5 foot something. Divide the length value by 30.48. Why would you use such a weird... Okay. I'm 154 centimeters. Mind you, I do have friends who are 140 centimeters. I keep her around because she makes me feel tall. But I swear, I'm not that short. I'm average sized here, you know? So, no. 5 foot 05249. I'm not 5 foot, I'm 5 foot extra. You know they make special chairs for people your... That is not true. That is not real. That's not real. Wait a minute. Okay. You know, do you guys have Uniqlo over there? The clothing store? Me and Ray, we go to the kids section because they have our size. So like the way they categorize, you know how like for like adult shirts they would go like small, medium, large for sizing, right? And like for kids in Uniqlo, the way they size it is by height. So like 120 centimeters, 140. So me and Ray, we can get the maximum one is 160. You know? So we would get like kids t-shirts. Which, by the way, cost the same price as adult clothes, which I will never understand. Kanna is 190, Ray is definitely smaller. I know. I look down on her all the time. Kanna, yes. You get the kid size. Okay. First of all, they fit, except for certain parts that don't fit. You understand? The everything else fits, but they do not fit certain assets, and there's nothing I can do about that. I look like a walking offense. Man, I can't remember. Did I tell you how tall? You're like 170. Yeah, what the? What the? First of all, it fits. I just look like I'm gonna punch someone with my boobs, and that's not okay. I try my best. I should get a shirt. Honestly, this is really cold. For free. Yeah, and so like this shirt, by the way, still fits because I had my growth spurt in the 4th grade. So literally, I've had the same like this boob size since I was like in 5th grade or 6th grade. The front is yeah, that's why the back is fine and the front is not fine. The shirt has like writings on it. It says hugs. Keep me alive. Yeah, the shirt says hugs keep me alive. But now there's a giant hole in keep. The others have just small holes. Punch with what? I'm in where to register. Get out. When you stand, can you see your feet? What kind of question is that? Wait. No. What the fuck is that question? And why have I never noticed in my life? What the Wait, I'm trying it again. Wait. Wait. Yeah, you know what? I give up. Wait, no. Did Ray know? Did Ray know? I should DM her. What the heck? Ray. Can you see your feet when you stand up? Was that the question? Ask for a shopping trip. And a shopping trip. Because I found 51 holes in my shirt. She's gonna make me throw it out, guys. She's gonna make me throw it out. She found... Okay, she saw one hole in my pants and told me to throw it away. 51 is kind of like... Man. Let me... She's streaming right now, isn't she? Does she hate me, you think? Oh, I don't know what she's talking about. Anyway. Kanna is a short stack. Short stack means short. Why do you have to add stack to it? Hello. Wait, I'm not wearing glasses. How do I say your username? That's a long one. Did you know that English is such a hard language? Did you know? Did you know? She's short and stacked. What's stacked? The stack is the rest of the assets. Are we talking about the same assets? Are we talking about assets? If the pants are still good mostly, why not knit the hole or rip? Right. See, so I was just like, I can totally fix that hole. But I keep forgetting and it grew bigger. Do you know how I find out? I think we went out. Did Ray notice it or did I notice it? As in, like, I noticed it was like a hole the size of... Okay, to be fair, the hole in the pants it was probably the size of an A5 paper. So it's like probably like it's Ray is reading your DM. Wait. Hi. I'm watching her wiggle, but I don't know why she's wiggling. She's singing! Oh!
1 tahun
Stumbling.
Bahagialah kamu yang ku beri
What?
It's so
I'm just gonna sit here for a little bit and listen to my best friend.
Kau puisi juga kalung hati. Maaf.
Na belit. Na.
Modal dikit ingin aku beri kepadamu.
Why are you
Soal tulus hati. Semoga Tuhan melindungi kamu serta tercapai semua angan dan cita-citamu. Mudah-mudahan.
When else do I hear in like Ray singing in Indonesian? That never happens.
Berumur panjang.
This is a history-making moment.
Selama-lamanya.
She's so cute. She's so adorable. Did you listen to my best friend? She's so adorable.
Ulang tahun Jamrut.
The delay is insane. I know, that's called Indonesian internet. Yippee! That was my best friend. Did you hear that? Isn't she amazing? Isn't she perfect? Ah! Okay. No wonder Ray told you to get rid of those fans. Okay. Did you know that I realized that while we were going out? I think we were like out. Like in public. And like she says I can see my ankle. Your ankles, not even the tip of your toes. Girl, what? Oh, that's why.
I don't have the biggest assets, guys.
And it's doubling too. That's great.
So I don't know where this conspiracy theory is coming from. That I have like massive badongas.
She has massive badonkas. What are you talking?
I have
Your assets. Your assets.
Well, yeah,
your
they're concave.
assets are huge.
I can't see my toes. Okay, it's either your neck is not flexible enough to look.
Wow.
down.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
No, I can see my damn toes. Are you telling me if you stand up, you cannot see your damn toes?
Huh? Okay, I'm trying you, dodo head. Wait. Can she even hear me, girl?
You need to go to do massage.
I can't! What do you mean? The shirt's in the way. What the f? The shirt's in the way. How the heck do you see your toes?
Or you just have to accept your assets are twice my size.
Twice? No. We had 1 centimeter difference. One centimeter.
It's to accept the latter that your assets are twice my size. You know, like.
Hello, this is a lie.
Okay.
That is a lie. She's
no
lying to you.
You are the winner. Just hop on BC. Why is she even reacting to me, man? Why is she reacting to me? That doesn't make sense, man. Call her on Discord, bro. How the fuck was I supposed to know she was? This damn girl. This is so
Also,
stupid.
I figured out why the audio was like a thingamajiggy.
It's so fucking stupid.
I accidentally. Is she gonna call me? Wait.
I'm literally.
She's calling me, isn't she? She hates
I'm
me.
literally gonna kill someone at this point.
She is calling me. Wait. Okay. Okay.
Can we talk about boobs?
Okay. Wait 2 freaking seconds. Hello?
Oh. You
Yeah,
hate me,
can
do
you hear me?
Why are you talking about your boobs?
I'm not talking about... I was talking about my shirt that had 51 holes in them. I counted.
Like... Why was there
Yes.
51?
Oh, because I counted. So like I was telling Chad how when the stream started. First of all, I lost my pants, so I went to look for them first, right? And then I got really cold and I didn't understand why. Then I realized there's like holes on my shirt at the front, so then the wind was getting in. So I counted. Ray?
So
Ray, I counted. Do you want to see? I can send you a picture of the shirt. You're gonna hate me. But yeah, if I send a picture, don't tell me that I'm rage baiting you.
This one is not rage bait. It's more like I've lost hope. So it's a little bit different. Go send me the damn picture. It's different.
Okay. Wait, because if I take a picture with me in it, it's gonna be not safe because one of the holes has merged with another hole and it's right under the boob. So, if I put a tissue underneath it, in the hole, does that make it safe? It's
Girl,
okay.
I've seen you naked.
What?
Why are you ending up shy now? I've seen you naked. What the fuck?
You're so right. I showered and you walked in. Okay, you know what? Where the hell is Discord anyway?
No, guys, here's the thing. I know you guys might think, oh my god, they've seen each other naked. For me, it's like, okay, it's just a naked body. But for others, it's like, oh my god, why are you looking at me? I'm like, it's just...
No, Ray has this very warped view of like what embarrassment is, guys.
Hey, listen, if you go to Japan and you have to be naked with like old grandmas to get in the to the onsen, I wouldn't give two shits about what they look like. I'm like, damn, I'm in the onsen right now. Like, I don't care if they have saggy tits or whatever. It's fine. We're just trying to enjoy the hot water. That's my mentality. It's just Japanese.
Picture. Okay, you don't have to count it, but like this is the general idea.
I mean, I trust you when you count, but hold on, let me. Can you throw it away? Why do you still have that? Why are you wearing it?
I just grabbed the first thing that was in my closet.
No. Here's what you do. You grab a scissor, cut fully, and throw it away. What the fuck? You know, okay, here's the thing. Here's the scenario. Okay, guys, here's the scenario. You know those like ripped t-shirts, the trend stuff that people would like to do? Like people would deliberately cut like near the cleavage area, like straight lines. This one is like if you had a paint splatter and all the paint splatter had holes.
That's actually an accurate description. You're so smart.
Yeah, and then you have Greg who accidentally used his paws to like mix all the colors together, so you have an underboob big ass hole.
Did you see the shirt? The shirt says "Hugs keep me alive," but the second E looks like an F because of the hole. You know,
guys, dead ass. That's an underboob right there. Like this is like underboob fashion before it got like trendy and whatnot. This is what it starts. Regrets.
I'm gonna. Can I? How do I turn this into a spoiler? Spoiler, please don't.
Just delete the picture. Don't let Discord take whatever this has. Why aren't you even putting it on Telegram where it's safer?
You're so smart.
Telegram is encrypted. Go!
Oh, do you know how smart my best friend is? She's so smart, guys. Cause I totally said, what if I just stuff the hole with tissue to like, you know, make it like safer? And you're like, it's fine, just take a picture. I've seen you naked. I'm like, okay.
I mean, it's true, but Discord has not seen you naked.
You should have been more specific. Send it on Telegram. So Discord won't see your underboob. You know, be specific. I follow exact commands, lady.
I mean, it's fine if you. I mean, it's fine if you want, you know, Discord to know about your underboobs. Also, what the fuck do you mean? You stand up straight. You cannot see your toes.
Yeah, you stand up and then you just see your shirt.
No, I see my toes.
Okay. It's like here. I'm standing up. You see my shirt. I can only see up to keep the letters.
Girl, your badonkas are massive. I literally look at my toes and I'm like, oh yes, I have 10 fingies
like,
on my toes.
Okay, if I put my head forward and look down, I'll see the tip of my toe.
Okay, maybe your neck is just fucked. Maybe you should have massage or something. Cause like I literally like straight. Are you hunched? No, I'm not. I could literally see. Like just.
Send it to her via WhatsApp. Is WhatsApp even safer? I never knew she's more girl failure than me. I'm not! That's a very low bar, first of all. That's a very low bar. I cannot be more of a girl failure than Michi. Come on, chat.
What the fuck do you mean? Like, literally, I'm wearing like a loose t-shirt right now. Like, I'm using my home clothing. I stand straight, look down. Wow! Toes! I can even see my ankles without hunching.
Ankles? Okay. Just so we're clear, we're both standing up straight.
Yes.
We're both standing up straight.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
We look down.
Yes, we look down. What do you see? I see toe.
I see
my
boobs.
charger. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now confirmed live on twitch.tv that Kanna Tamachi's badonkas are indeed larger than mine.
You know what's
She is now the World Cup winner. Congratulations.
I don't like this. You know what's crazy? Did I tell you I bought this shirt when I was like in middle school?
Why do you still have that?
It just stayed in my closet the whole time. I mean, where do clothes go if you don't, you know, they're just there.
If you want to reuse it, you cut it into squares and you use it as like a lap, if that's you really want to use it. And then after you use its time as a lap, you throw it away.
Is that the life cycle of a shirt?
That's the life cycle of Asian households using everything they can before throwing it away, but not on their body. No. Exactly. See, make it into a white cloth. Wait,
Make it
that's the thing, Ray. Okay, listen, Ray. Think about it. If it still fits till now, it means World Cup size has been there from the start.
Yeah, I've had this. I had like C cup boobs when I was still in like elementary school.
All right, chat, put the absolute cinema up. Like, I don't know. I don't have that. I don't have that when I was growing up. Like, I only got my C cup. No, I got my C cup.
When did you grow boobs?
Middle school. That's where I had the boob. Not whatever age you were at, la.
Is that why? Do you know what? I was so confused when I was like in the 5th or 6th grade. My classmates were calling ito toge, and I didn't understand why. I genuinely didn't understand. I don't even like bean sprout. Like toge is bean. Yeah, bean sprout.
Wait, why would you call it toge? Sorry, I went to a very different school. I've never heard of people.
Okay, right, right, and like you don't understand either, and I don't understand. Until someone had to tell me, it means big boobs. Did you know? I didn't know.
Wow.
Do you even know why it means big boobs?
No.
Toket gede. And I didn't even know what toket was. Apparently that's boobs.
Oh. In what language?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
Is it Javanese? Sunda?
I'm gonna have to Google it. And my history is gonna be this is my search history now.
Listen. We've established that I do not know Indonesian things, Katosh. We do not go, oh my god, you don't know? Of course I don't know. No, I never know. Jakarta slang, you think I hang out with the cool kids? No lah. Bahasa gaul? None of that. I'm an introvert. I stay home. My friends are all online.
But you had to go to school for class, like everyone else.
Yeah, but no one goes, toge, you know what I do?
Yeah, they called me toge and I didn't understand. And then they called my other friend Tochil. That's why I was like, what the fuck is toge and Tochil? Like, toket gede sama toket kecil. My friend had A cups and she was very sad. But if you're in like 5th, 6th grade, it's normal.
Girl, 5th, 6th grade is the first time anyone in my grade learned the word shit.
What does that have to do with boobs growing though?
It's more like because it was so say-so that shit was like, oh, that's a bad word. So there's no such thing as toge in our school. None.
It's the whole thing. See, NFS knew the word. He probably uses it in his daily life or something.
Indonesian.
Your poor back. Oh my god, chat. No, Ray fixed my back problem. She made me go bra shopping. Did you know? Did you know that bras can support your back?
Okay, now this one is rage bait. This has to be rage bait. This has to be fucking rage bait. This has to be rage bait. Like, I'm calm. You know, it's fine. Oh,
I'm not trying to rage bait anyone, honestly. That's it right there. Pharaoh, you're not... She's really a good baiter.
She is. Would never. She's a natural rage baiter. That's why it's just kind of like... It's part of her personality. I just have to accept it because someone has unlocked the potential, Michi.
I love how we're all just blaming Michi at this point, right? It's just like,
You know how many times you keep saying thoughts?
What if you've been spending copious amounts of time with that girl? Copious amounts of time.
I can see. The fact that I picked up that you suddenly have like Michi lingo, I'm like, she's gone. That's why when she says, you know, lately, Kanna's been such a bitch. I'm like, oh, well, I I wonder who.
Again, she has the audacity to tell me that. Like, I'm like, wow. I wonder why, Michi. Why?
See, that's the Donald Duck. That's why I call her Snoop Duck.
Man, don't tell me you're going bra. No, I wore a bra, but apparently Ray said it was the wrong kind.
She's wearing bra from 4th grade, brother.
It's not from 4th grade. Those don't fit anymore.
Bro, you were wearing bras that was like too old. You gotta adjust to your body. Just because your boobs stay the same doesn't mean your back stay the same.
I think I got them a couple of months ago.
Nah, the one that you were wearing, like the one that initially you were like, this is the only bra I have left, and this is from this time, and I'm like, that's fucked. Throw it away.
The fact that I don't even remember which one that was. Is it the sports bra?
It's the very itty bitty sports bra that you had left when you were about to go to.
Yeah, because like I ran out. It was the one with spaghetti straps, and clearly they ain't supporting anything.
Not with her boobs.
We have similar size boobs. I don't know what you're on about. Your boobs are huge.
She's sorting out. Hold on. Let me do this.
What are you gonna do?
See the combined chat so we don't have to like look at different chats. I said there should be a notification.
Is that technology?
Yes, you can combine chat. All you have to do is just mute your microphone in there, and then I can start the shared chat.
Oh, okay.
And now people can see who's talking from my end and your end.
Is this what happened? Did it happen?
It happened. For me, at least it did. It should refresh. Ray knows about share chat? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It happened. Yeah, it happened. I know about share chat, but I think when share chat came out initially, it was so heavy that I don't use it. But like, if it's just like a chatting stream, I can use share chat because it doesn't become heavy. And I think they've kind of like optimized it just a wee bit. Ray's a pro streamer. Don't jinx me. We had technical...
You're such a pro streamer.
No. After I saw like Michi's setup, I'm like, damn.
The one with tape holding everything together. You saw that and you went like, wow, amazing.
Not that setup. But more of like seeing like her OBS is fucking crazy to me.
Her OBS? I wasn't paying attention. What's up with her OBS? Like the layout or what?
No, not layout. It's more like things that she has. Things that she can move in and stuff like that. For me, it's crazy. And then the amount of stuff that she uses to like enhance her stream, that's crazy. You were busy with tech support.
Yeah.
Messy? Not. Well, to say it's not messy is not true. But it's kind of like, anytime I look at someone's OBS setup, it's always so different. There's so many things open in Michi's like computer. It's like, wow.
Okay, because like, okay, if she was using duct tape, you know, the really thick kind that's like really hard to rip, then that's fine. She was using like the paper-based tape. She was using paper tape. That camera was holding on for dear life, I tell you. I really wanted to poke it just to see what would happen. It was paper tape. Paper. It would rip with like, if I like flick my finger on it, it would rip. I swear to God.
Ghostword, like, did you sub at tier 3? What are you doing at tier 3? Thank you so much for the sub at tier 3. That is crazy. I got nothing on tier 3, man. I got nothing. It's just a gimmick here, you know. It's just a gimmick here, but like,
why don't you can give them some love? Do what Ollie does. Have GFE or something for tier 3.
You think I could do GFE?
You can try. I would pay to see that.
I don't even remember. That's the thing. What the fuck? Okay. Since you are the master,
I'm listening. I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
Master GFE. What the fuck do you do?
I'm not a master. I don't do anything. And then you guys just tell me I do GFE when I do nothing.
No, now she's GFE with the rage bait.
Is that like a terrible combination, you think?
Low-key, yeah. No, it means you'll be a very, very powerful, like, if you had like a partner, you'd be like a powerful unit because like, you think I'm wrong, now you're wrong. But you're also GFP, so it's like, yes, my queen. That's exactly what could happen. Wait, reminding her to drink water, making her get out of the house, making her put on actual clothes instead of the first thing in the closet. Yeah, sounds like GF experience.
Waking
I'm literally like low-key like I'm doing the boyfriend experience, guys. There is no GFE. I'm literally the boyfriend. Again, I'm still thinking about the fact that Yasuo was like, oh, I used to want to try to like have like, you know, maybe I was interested in you, but anytime I see you with women, I think you're not straight. I'm like, I've been playing gachas with only men and you call me milk? Not straight? That's crazy. What the hell,
man? Okay. Oh, actually, yeah. By that logic, Michi is also GFE. Except it's not close, but it's reminding her to eat.
No.
Like babysitter.
No. Michi is Michi is not GFE. She's like little sister. Low-key. Yeah, Michi's definitely girl failure, but not GF. No.
Girl failure experience. Oh, the true GFE. I see.
Yeah, she's girl failure. You're like girlfriend. Different. Two different things.
Okay. So I'm waiting for the Ray GFE.
I got none. I don't know how.
Hit me. Ask me if I've eaten yet.
You know, usually I'm like, did you eat?
I mean, it's okay. That's a start. Go on.
Hit her with a pan. Hold on, let me grab my pan. Don't let Michi. Like, it's so funny because I feel like there's time when Michi tries to do a GFE experience and Chat goes like, "Oh, what are you doing?"
She did. She tried. I want to see that.
It's like, oh my god, Chat. Like, oh my god. Like when I am getting thirst traps and they put like the funny 7 TV. There it is. I saw it. See, they get traumatized.
Michi tries to be sexy? Excuse me?
Can you imagine her goes like, oh my god, Chad, what if like I'm hot and unbothered? And then he goes like, oh, stop it. You know, and can you imagine her hand going to her head, you know, when she does the left and right thingy?
She does that a lot at the gym. I don't know what you're...
Yeah. So imagine her trying to be like, oh my god, I'm so hot and sexy. She's saying that in front of you, and it gives you the look of like, you know, like, all right, validation, please. And then Chat goes like, barfs. Michi tries to be sexy, and Chat goes, what the frick is going on? Exactly. So it's like, I feel like out of you, technically, yeah, it's you. You have like the most natural GFE.
I still don't know what that means, but okay.
It's like you saying that I like, people think I'm funny. I don't know why I'm funny. You don't know why you're GFE, but you're GFE. The tables have turned.
The turns have tabled. I think you can GFE. I think you can GFE. You just can't like... You just don't do it often. Mayhaps.
No, it's more like I don't remember how to do it anymore. I might have to fall in love again to figure that out, to be fucking honest. Because I feel like I did back then. I don't remember anything. Because at the end of the day, the GFE became a mother experience. And I'm like, hell no. We're not going back there. I don't want to do that.
Wow. Yeah, you don't want to be called mommy?
No. I don't want to adopt kids. I already have 5 cats. That's enough. No.
Ray mommy.
No. I'm gonna throw you off a bridge.
But yeah, you actually low-key. Like, you tell me to clean my room. You tell me to change my clothes. You remind me like that I haven't drunk water. Aren't you just my mom?
See, being called mommy and mom is like 2 different things. I'm a mom friend, yes, but mommy indicate... Have you not seen the internet, girl, on what people mean by mommy?
I mean... Boobs? I don't... Like...
I can't believe this.
Because like I call my dad like daddy, right?
Right.
I call my actual dad daddy. So I cannot actually literally say daddy in that way. It would kill me. Honestly, it would kill me.
I call my mom and dad's like mapa. It's always papa or mama, and that's it. I never put mommy.
I don't know why. My mom and dad tells me to call them like mommy and daddy. Since I was a baby, since I was a kid.
Okay, so that's why you don't know like the connotations of mommy. It's literally to a point that I hated being called mommy. Like when I was streaming, that I literally went like, "Don't ever call me a VTuber ever again," because I hate being called a mommy. I was so mad. I was so mad for like 2 years. I was so mad. I've only gotten to like, yeah, I'm a VTuber now, because at the very least, if someone says mommy, I'm like, you're done. You're fucked. I'm banning you. I don't care. Or unless they're like innocent about it. But if they go like, mommy, sorry, I'm like, I don't accept
so there's
your
like
apology.
an actual thing about it? I genuinely don't know.
Yes. Why do you think there's the term mommy milkers?
Because moms produce milk for their babies?
Never change. Never fucking change.
What?
Never fucking change, man.
What else could
Never
it mean? What?
Never fucking change. Never fucking change, man. It was clip. There we go. Yeah, it was clip. The first time.
Oh, sweet summer child. That's the second time I've heard that in the past 2 days, which isn't a lot because I streamed
Wait,
like
hold on.
12 hours ago.
2 days was the person who said it was Michi.
No, it was someone in chat. Was it just Pharaoh? I forgot.
Pharaoh,
I was
did you
half
say-
asleep.
Pharaoh, did
What
you
is Sweet
say
Summer
mommy?
Child? No,
You
Sweet
did
Summer
not-
Child.
Oh, Sweet Summer Child?
Yeah.
It's basically kind of like,
Pharaoh
oh,
getting
you
the
poor
heat.
soul. Sweet Summer Child is like, oh, you innocent little creature, or like, you poor little soul. It's pit.
It was Pharaoh all along.
The allegations is crazy. We're catching stress. Are you sure you want the stop stream button in more streams? Don't you need the hammer for that? That is well. Unfortunately for you, Pharaoh, you're not the head mod. You're just a mod on both ends, so you can't do anything. Yet? What do you mean, yet? You said low. I will only be at one place.
Did you hear that? Not for time out Pharaoh so he can't defend.
Kanna needs a minder. You have
What's
a
a
babysitter.
minder?
You have a babysitter. I'm not the only one who's babysitting on stream. Lamo.
Pharaoh got a heart attack when he saw my Discord server. He might actually get a heart attack. Don't open it again.
No, because there's a lot of bots on your server like that comes in, and usually the ones who notify or try to find someone is usually Sasa.
My
Sasa's
poor.
very active.
I know she's so nice. Oh my god! You know what she reminded me to do?
What?
She told me to open a mailbox so people can wish me happy birthday. Did you know? I don't know how to do that. Google Forms. Forms.
Which mailbox is she talking about? Like actual mailbox, PO box, or like
I think a virtual. Yes.
a DM? Huh. Oh my god.
What did he do? Add me
Yo.
to the call right now. How do you add people to call?
I'll do that.
You're so
Listen.
smart.
No, it's
Is
just
it
because
Kanna's
I'm
birthday?
literally-
No, my birthday's in 5 days. Did I leave? Oh.
What is this stream?
Hello?
First of all, I'm going to defend myself against the rancid fucking slander that was just laid at my feet. I never said anything.
I thought
Sweet
you
Summer
said
Child.
Sweet
Sweet Summer Child
Child.
is a completely different fucking statement. It's,
Oh,
that is a completely different, completely different. Oh, no. Sweet Summer Child is just basically accusing you of being entirely too innocent and unknowledgeable about the world, which is a
Me?
factual statement. Yes. Yeah, I should, unless I should get like a blood pressure monitor whenever I'm interacting with the anime women so that we can see exactly how close to a stroke I am.
Hey, I don't think I do that badly.
No, you're
I've never
usually
done
that's
anything.
to be fair, Ray is the most zero maintenance anime woman in my current existence right now.
Are you calling me high maintenance? What did I do?
You know you eat premium food, right? That's high maintenance
Oh,
already.
At least I eat. At least I
no,
eat.
the eating is the eating isn't the problem. The eating isn't the problem. The drinking is the problem. Where is your water law? I even bought
Have
you
you drank
fancy,
water?
a fancy ass water bottle, homie.
You
And
have
where
I
is
two!
it
just
right now?
washed it. I'm gonna get it. Be right back.
Oh yes, put water in it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, this is your fault. This is all your fault.
Why is it my fault? What the
Oh,
fuck? Hey,
you know why it's
listen.
your fault.
No,
You know
no,
why it's
nah,
your
nah,
fault.
nah, 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 nah. You can't say it's my fault when you watched her from the start. Nah, I ain't
Mm-mm.
having none of that. You involved yourself in, and you
No,
just happen to know me. And because she's my friend, you also get to know her. It's not my fault. It's you. You open
no,
Pandora's box.
nope, no, no, no. I'm still blaming you.
What the fuck? That's fucked up, man.
Still blaming you.
Nah, 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 nah.
Oh god.
It's not my fault,
Mhm.
man. It's not.
It is. It's entirely your fault. Yes. Yep.
Nah.
This is really turning into like I feel like a Pokemon trainer at this point. Like honestly, that kind of feels like where I'm at this stage of the game. Like
Oh my god, what type is Michu?
psychic, because that's the kind of damage she causes.
Alright, what about Kanna? Is she fairy?
Yes, maybe. I don't know. She's fucking Kanna type. She's her own
I mean,
special
she
unique
could be
type.
a fire type for the amount of natural rage bait she does.
Just she's gonna get Michi yelled at. She doesn't even know. She's gonna get Michi yelled at so much. Like, Michi, why have you done this?
Oh my.
Why did you nurture this natural rage baiter? Why did you do this thing?
That's so funny. That's
I got
so
a bottle.
Thank you.
Of water or just a bottle?
Ah,
God, that's a good question. Did you fill the water bottle before you brought it over here?
I'll be right back.
See, that's that rage bait shit right there.
That's rage
That's
bait.
that.
That's gotta be rage bait. That's a
That's
natural
that
rage bait.
She hates me. She hates. I'm telling you, Ray. She hates me and she wants me dead. She hates me and she wants me dead. She is planning my imminent demise.
You know, funnily enough, you're already struggling with like a few interactions. I've literally have to come in peace with it. You know how far that has to go to just come in peace with the rage bait?
I'll
With
get
most of the
there.
things she
Maybe
does.
assuming I don't die, right? Assuming I don't die in the
No,
process,
you're not
right?
allowed to die. You're not allowed to die. What the fuck do you mean? You have to live to like 100.
Oh God, no!
You gotta live to 100.
I can't.
Oh, you gotta,
Oh,
You know, anytime I say
oh,
I would like, I feel like I want to like, just sleep eternally. Kind of pull like, no, I'll learn necromancy, so you'll never die. And I'm like, oh, that's fucked.
oh! That is.
It's so fucked. You can literally interrogate her, but it's actually so fucked. I'm like, what do you mean I can't rest in peace? Like, there's no peace. You have to live forever. I'm like, oh, that's fucked. That's actually so fucked up.
That is absolutely, you know, and I could see that. Like, if nobody else, Michi's ass would hire somebody to voodoo me into like a doll or something, and then I would just be sitting there on the desk being like, why am I still here? What have you done to me?
Wait. You won't die,
I
don't
don't
worry. I'll walk over to our house and zap your ass back to life. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Pharaoh, who's
Yeah.
gonna hurt the cats if you die? Oh my god.
I mean, Kanna's
my
a dog,
God.
but sometimes I think she needs to rebrand. Cat seems
really
so
think
much
so.
more
Back.
appropriate.
You're a cat.
Cat seems you are such a cat.
But Michi said I'm neither a dog or a cat. She said I was
You're
a
a-
rabbit.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, rabbit. Yeah, no, I could see
Yeah.
that
Why
actually.
rabbits?
Yeah, I could see rabbit.
Why rabbits? What's wrong
You
with
don't-
rabbits?
You don't bark. You meow randomly, but your attitude is more of a rabbit.
It's I don't know.
And honestly, rabbits are like natural rage baiters. Like, I've had a pet rabbit. They're actually pretty good at
Yeah.
rage baiting.
That's true. That is true. The question, the real question, Kanna, is why do you hate me and why do you want me dead? Those are the current hot topic questions.
I really don't want you dead. I like you, Pharaoh. Please don't die.
Notice she didn't deny the hating me part, right? You notice
I
she just
don't
said I don't
hate
want you
you.
dead
I
part. She
like
wants me to stay
you.
alive longer to
I
torture me more.
like you. Please stay alive.
Oh, you all better hope I don't die, because you know what will happen is I will haunt you all in turn.
You know, I know that's supposed to sound scary. For me, it's like, oh my god, a friend.
I don't think you understand, like, the amount of chaos that would enter your life at that point.
Nah.
Hot water,
Nah,
never
after
again.
my stories of chaos, I'm like, your chaos is child's play, Pharaoh. You fucking know about this, man. I live with
You
the entire
haven't-
concept.
Listen. You all have only ever seen me trying to be like a force of cohesion, because Michi and I are like we're like the opposites of each other, right? Like, she is whimsy and whatever, so I have to be not whimsy and order, right? But I don't think have you ever never seen when I finally look at Michi and go, you know what? Fuck it, we ball. And then I let my chaos out with her.
Huh.
It's there. Chat, you can see. You ask NFS. NFS has been around when I have decided to say fuck it, we ball, and both me and Michi have gone full tilt on chat. Oh yeah, it can happen.
Sounds like a fun time, to be fucking honest. I don't know what you're on
I'm
about.
telling you, it's something. It's something. Pharaoh can't die. He exists as a testament to how much a human being can take from small anime women.
That is actually a fucked up. That's actually fucked up.
That's Sin, though. That makes sense. That's coming from Sin. That does make a lot of sense. Can't believe you tried to insinuate I said some things. And see, Kanna's gotten real quiet.
Meow.
She's plotting.
I'm
And
just
she went
typing.
meow. Did she drink?
She's plotting. Did she drink?
Oh, I did a sip. I took a sippy.
This right
You
now,
know-
I don't know the full story about Bethany. I just heard about the
Yeah.
name yesterday. That's
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole Bethany thing. The Bethany days. Anyway, Kanna, you know, right now you're safe because I'm on the other side of the world. At some point, that won't
Yeah.
continue to be the case. I will come to Indonesia at some point. It's just an inevitability, right? What is it? You know, what is it? Thanos and the whole "I am inevitable" thing, right? Like, I am inevitable. So just bear in mind that at some point you will be made to pay. You will be made to pay for all of your bait, buddy.
What? I've never baited you, first of all.
That's rage bait already. That's rage bait
I don't
already.
understand.
That is
I
crazy.
think it's gaslighting. I think actually it's
Gaslight,
gaslighting.
rage baiting is actually crazy. The double combo is actually no
I don't
freaking way.
understand.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's
Could
fine.
it be that
It's
I
fine.
don't know the definition of rage baiting, do you think?
You probably have an idea, but you don't know like how true to it to what you do.
I accidentally pressed the thing. Okay, there you go.
What did you press?
What?
Don't
She pressed a-
don't at me. There. See, aren't I a smart? Because I saw
You-
Sasa and then I'm reminded that I'm supposed to do a birthday thingy. You know, I don't know. Anyway, lanjut.
A birthday
boop,
thing?
boop.
What birthday thing are you doing?
Sasa says I should make a mailbox so that people send me birthday messages. If anyone's gonna wish me happy birthday. That's what she said, please.
Like a physical mailbox or like a
See,
like
see,
a
see, see,
a
I asked
mala?
the same
I don't
fucking
know.
question.
Sasa, are you here?
Because like okay, so like I don't know.
Tell
Okay,
me.
I don't know if Indonesia does this or not, but like I have a PO box, right? So like if people need to send, mostly at this point, it's if people want to send stuff to Michi, they have to send it to me first, and then
Oh.
from there I determine if it's going to go on to Michi. But I don't want people just showing up at my door at strange hours.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, there's the thing right there. Yeah, Rin. Or actually, I can do it. I don't think is Rin. Rin
No,
isn't
it's on
a
me.
mod, and
Yeah,
I got
forgot
it.
how many. I don't know. I don't think Kanna has like Twitch mods yet because most of them are
I
on YouTube.
I think I'm her only Twitch mod actually at the moment.
Me too.
Did you know?
Yeah.
I
Oh, well,
found
that's
out
right. Yeah,
last
you have
night
mod too. So yeah, so
The
we're our
sword
only mods
things
right now.
means you're a mod. Did you know? It's a green sword, right? See, I know.
She legitimately asked me that question earlier.
I literally went through the whole mod thing with you. What happened?
She asked me.
did?
I said something, and she was like, "Pharaoh, what's that thing next to your name?" And I thought she meant my, because you have like your Twitch badge or whatever. I thought she was talking about something the green thing, and I'm like, the green thing. Do you mean this? Do you mean the sword, Kanna? Is that what you're referring to? The sword? She's like, "Yeah. What's the sword?" And I'm like, "Kanna, it's my mod badge. You gave it to me. What do you fucking mean? Like, what do you mean?
Like
What's
on
the badge?
YouTube, you just change color, right? You turn blue
No,
or
you get a
something.
wrench. You get a
You
wrench
do?
next to your name on YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah.
now it's not a wrench
Ah.
anymore. Now it's a shield.
Oh, is it a shield now? See, I haven't modded
It's a
on
shield now. It's
yeah,
a
I haven't
shield
modded
now.
on YouTube in forever.
It felt so weird. It felt so weird to look at it.
That is really weird for them to have shields now instead of a wrench. Maybe they're gonna
What do you
actually
mean? Wait. Whoever is
add-
crazy enough to show up to Pharaoh's place uninvited would be out of their minds. Why would that be? Just knock on Pharaoh's door and be like, "Hi, dinner."
don't listen to Ray. Don't listen to Ray. don't listen to Ray. Ray could do that and it would be Kanna could do that and it would be okay. Michi could do that and it would be okay. There are some people who could randomly show up at my door and it would be not a problem. Oh, hey, how's it going? Come on in. I'll set another place at the table for you. Not a big deal. Very short list of people that can pull that off. Ray, why are you trying to get people harmed?
It's a 50-50.
It's not a 50-50. It's like a 99.1 to like, I mean, it's just
No. I mean, technically, when I started talking to you, it was a 50-50 if we would vibe or not. That's
true. That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
That's
so
true.
it's a 50-50.
But that's
you
like-
never know
but
if you
that's-
vibe
it's-
with
it's-
the person in front of your door.
It's a different thing when you're talking about showing up at somebody's house. It's a slightly different scenario. Tungsten, it's the PO box is not posted because it is one of those things that's given on a case by case basis, because I don't want to suddenly have, any percentage of the 100,000 plus people that follow Michi just randomly obliterating my PO box. Does that make sense? Like I don't want. Can you? I've already. I can't even imagine some of the stuff that the people would send me. So yeah, the post office box is not public information. It is purely on a you open a ticket and I either say yes or I tell you to pound salt basis. So kind of
Sounds
is
funny
the
though.
PO box, is the mailing box a physical box, or is it just some place
It's
for people to send you messages?
send me messages because I don't have a PO box yet.
Okay, so
It's
that's
not
the
worth
thing
it
that's
in
pinned.
Indo. It's not worth it in Indo,
Okay,
Kanna. I've asked friends about it. It's
yeah.
fucked.
Yeah.
It's not safe, honestly. It's not
Yeah.
safe to just to have people be able to send you physical goods directly. You need somebody to be like an in between,
Yeah.
because I don't know if you guys know Kamimi or not.
Mm-hmm.
Camilla.
Yeah.
Do you guys know
Mhm.
Camilla, Michi's friend? Yeah. So what was
Yeah.
it last year? She used to do like meet and greets and stuff with her community, and one of her meet and greets, one of her community members gave her something. I can't remember what it was, but it had an air tag in it. And this person used the air tag to find her home and then
That's
showed up to her home
crazy.
and tried to break in a window while she was there. Not once, but twice. So
crazy.
yeah, that's why we don't do that's like if somebody wants to send something to Michi, they have to convince me first of all that I'm even going to want to hear them out, and then secondly, that's why it gets sent to me first, because then I take everything apart and make sure there's nothing, sus in it before I'm going to take the steps to send it on to Michi. So
Yeah.
because yeah, that's people do some wild things with when it comes to their Oshis.
Yeah, and remember that incident, kind of like when people wanted to send you things, but they didn't follow the rule. That pissed me off so badly. So I'm like, that's bad. Yeah,
Mhm.
so
Ah.
that's why even having PO box or just even having an address out there is like no bueno kind of thing. Yeah,
Yeah, Sin's got a point too. Like people can also camp your PO box.
that is true.
Like yeah, security is really important. Security is really important.
Never
Like
underestimate crazed fans.
yes,
There are a lot of
yeah.
those. Hmm.
Unfortunately, as I have come to discover, yes, there are more. Maybe not a horde of them, but it only takes one. It
Yeah,
only
it only
takes
takes
one.
one. It only takes one.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's why when I give any of you all a hard time about something that's vaguely security related, it's again, like I told you earlier, it's not because I think any of you are stupid. It's because I was in security for almost 20 years and I have a very dim view on humanity as a whole. So my thought process is, how can this go wrong? First
Yeah.
and foremost,
Yeah.
my first thought in anything is
Yeah.
always, how can this go wrong?
Guy in Japan tracked
Yeah.
a girl from reflections in her eyes.
Yes.
They what? How?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
here's the thing. Even do you know that streamer who always does GeoGuessr? That man could like literally see anything and be like, "I know where this is." You have people that
Yes.
can do that.
Yeah. You have people that have learned how to weaponize their autism in ways that's very breathtaking, and they can figure things out that would blow your mind.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's important. We always want to be security first. Security first at all times, because
digital messages it is. Boop, boop, boop.
Yep.
Rainbow is crazy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Rainbow is crazy. So
That's fucking crazy, man.
and even with the messages, you should really have somebody read them before you do.
Yeah.
You should really have somebody read them before you
Yeah, like
do.
if anyone writes messages to you, like
Yeah.
ideally have someone to proofread
You need
because like
somebody to screen. Yeah.
because if
Oh,
it's
that
really
would
like
be
weird
smart.
yeah, if you have weird
because
shit,
I've had that
then-
happen once. Someone sent me like a not in this mailbox. It was on my Twitter DM. They sent me like a 3 long paragraph of how like they have to break up with me, like something marriage. I don't understand. They're basically
pause. Why are your DMs open to randos back then? Is
I
it still
don't
open now?
remember. I don't know. How do you know?
You
Oh,
have to change your DMs
send.
to mutuals only. So basically, if you
Hold on.
follow them and they follow you, then that's okay. Then they
Yeah.
can
Send. Do
DM
me a
you. But
favor and go look at Kanna's Twitter Twitch blah, blah, X whatever the fuck it is
yeah,
now.
Twitter.
Twitter
We'll
for
TT.
you
always
real
call it
quick and
Twitter.
see if it.
Twitter.
Yeah. So yeah, send. Do me a favor. Go look at that because I know you guys aren't moots and just see if her mailbox is open on Twitter real quick.
Oh, how do you? Yeah, it was like weird. It was like a long message. How he was like, "I'm so sorry for causing a misunderstanding about our love." And I'm like, "Who are you?"
No, we had a. Oh, it's open. Okay, cool. Yeah. So do what, please, real quick. Like everybody, we're
Okay,
gonna be
go.
doing OPSEC live with Kanna
Go
and
to
Ray.
settings and privacy. Go to settings and privacy on your Twitter right now on your phone. Did you charge your phone? Is your phone charged?
It's at 41.
Good enough.
Good enough. Okay, so after you go to settings, you go to privacy and safety.
Privacy. Oh. Hmm? Oh.
And then
Okay.
there should be your X activity and go press chat.
Mm-hmm.
What I do is
It's-
actually I allow messages from no one.
Mhm.
But
You could do
people you
that, or
follow
you
will
can
always
do.
be able to message you. So you can put it at no one, and then only people that
Mhm.
you follow, basically mutuals, will be able to message you. So I
Hmm.
always
Yeah.
put it at no one. So no spams
Yeah.
will ever go to you. Your community cannot DM you, and if they want to try to DM you, you always have to redirect them. If you want to talk, where I will see it, talk on my Discord, and that's the only place they can do it. And you have
Mhm.
you have no
Oh.
obligation to answer them if they DM you at all.
Well, that's going to be the next step in this equation. Is what are your
Yeah.
Discord DM settings set to? Because I have a feeling they're set to anybody can DM you, and I'm probably going to eat my sandal or throw it at you. One of the two. I'm not sure which.
No.
Shall we
Let
check her
me see.
Discord?
Yeah, we need to check the Discord
I feel
too
like
to
I'm
make
being
sure that she's.
audited. Is this how it feels like to have an audit?
You are being OPSEC audited right now. That is correct.
In public? But what if people know? They're gonna know.
No,
They
it's
already
fine.
know.
They already know. It's fine. They're gonna see that we're locking you down, so that's good. Everybody gets to see. Everybody gets to see us locking
Oh,
you down.
In settings, it's content and social.
No, what?
Mhm.
What?
Settings in Discord. Under my account, there's content and social.
My
Direct
Mhm.
message spam, you can actually do either filter all or filter from non-friends.
Wait,
No.
I'm still. Oh? App settings, billing settings, user set, content and social. Okay, now what?
Make sure that mature sexual media and graphic media are basically mostly like, if you don't want to see, just block. Any mature media, just block.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
And then?
And then underneath there should be direct message spam. I put mine on filter from non-friends.
Uh-huh.
But if you want to filter all, you can also do that if you want to.
Mm-hmm. And then? Done?
And then you go to social permissions.
Social, okay. And then?
That's if you want to be specific on like who can DM you. But the very most important thing is friend request.
Mm-hmm.
Put it only to friends of friends.
Ah, so that's why I keep getting them. Guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So here's the thing. The next thing I want to do is I'm trying to find where it's at here. There is a setting that you can set that will basically disable people from being able to DM you unless they're on your friends list already.
Oh.
And you want to do that. That will keep so content and social.
We can do this next time. It's probably
Okay.
fine.
It's probably not fine because you. People
It's
being
probably
okay.
fine.
Is it though,
Trust.
Kanna? Is it
Trust. Okay,
fine?
I'll do this with you later. Why
Okay.
make chat suffer through listening to me get audited? See?
Because that's
It's
content.
valuable. It's actually valuable information for chat.
It
They're learning how to
is?
make themselves safer online.
It is.
I'm not the only
Yeah.
stupid one? Okay, let's go. Continue.
Yeah, so go to back to your Discord settings, right? And you're going to go to up at the top
You
where it
sigh.
says
Yes.
content and social again. Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to scroll down to where it says social permissions. You're going to make sure it's ticked to all servers.
Okay.
So, all servers, and then where it says direct messages, turn that off.
Okay.
And then you're going to scroll down to where it says friend requests. I have it set to friends of friends.
Okay.
And that way people can't just randomly DM you if they see you in a server somewhere. Now, for example, like say the subathon server where it might be of value to have your DMs turned on, you can actually go to the top there where the name of the server is. And you can go to there, it says privacy settings, and you can set specifically for this server. I have direct messages, friend requests, all of that is enabled, but that's specifically for that server. So like if you're in any other like collab servers or stuff like that with other streamers, you can always set it up per server so that specifically the people that you trust that may not necessarily be on your friends list can still communicate with you directly. But then that will keep the random people who decide, oh my god, Kanna, you're just so cute, I want to be your boyfriend, and DM you weird shit. They can't do that anymore.
That's
that
how
stops
you read
that.
it out loud?
That's how you stop it. Yeah, that's exactly how I read it out loud, because we make fun of people who are weird and parasocial, because public shaming needs to make a comeback.
There's a lot of puking happening. There's a lot of puking happening.
Yes, exactly.
We can never unhear that, right, guys?
That's right. Remember, Pharaoh is always capable of causing you psychic damage. He just chooses not to. But it's a choice.
You're gonna close your eyes at night, and Pharaoh's voice is gonna like come through in your head.
I haven't even done the whole Discord kitten spiel yet either, because I'm saving that one for when chat really just needs to be traumatized deeply and profoundly. So, but yeah, no, this is like basic. This is like basic. If you're a streamer, you should do this stuff. Like basic. If you're a streamer, you should do this stuff so that. Oh my God, Ray.
What?
Ray is being extra.
Anyway,
but yeah, so this is what we call basic OPSEC. OPSEC is short for operational security, and it's important to make sure that you're not, just out in the wild wandering around where any internet weirdo can try to subject you to things.
Where was that again?
Wait, which one are you trying to do right now?
I forgot. I lost track. My brain went beep boop.
Oh, okay.
The last thing I remember is a Discord kitten.
Oh well, I was just rambling. You're fine. See that I caused Kanna so much psychic damage, chat, that she dissociated for a moment. I caused her so much psychic damage, she actively dissociated.
Okay.
That's too funny. That's too funny. Payback for all the rage bait. Yaha.
I didn't know that was rage baiting.
It's Sorry, Ray. Sometimes there's collateral damage. I don't know what to tell you.
Why is
Wait,
Ray's
why is
voice
why?
gone?
Oh, hello, Ray. Are you
Yeah.
there? Welcome
I've
back.
gone. No, I'm just going silent. I can't.
Is it because of
Apparently, I caused
parasocial
Ray
pharaoh
even more
experience?
psychic damage.
Listen, Pharaoh going possibly Discord kitten is scarier than having a gun on my head. That's how fucking scary that sounds, man.
That is pretty funny. Understandable though. Understandable.
Like at the very least, if you shoot me dead, I wouldn't have to listen to anything. You know?
No, see, shooting dead is a kindness because that is the end of all pain. See, it's
Exactly.
it's far more entertaining to just do psychic damage because that lingers. That lingers. Except with Kanna, you can just see Kanna's brain absolutely rejected that whole thing. It just said, "Nope, not today, Satan," and shut it all the way down. Pharaoh
Beep
social.
boop. My brain
Beep boop.
checked out.
Yep. Kanna has a very well developed trauma defense system. Something traumatic is about to happen. Brain says, "Not today." Nope, I don't think so.
That may be true. That may be true. I think I've had a color for life.
Understandable.
Ow.
But yeah, we'll figure out with the birthday messages. We'll figure out something for somebody to proofread them before they get to you, just to make sure that there's nobody sending anything.
Okay. I mean, that's my old mailbox. There's like 1,000 messages in there.
Oh. Delete that one. Start a new one. Please. I'm asking nicely, please.
I fear.
Ignorance is bliss, you know.
Agreed. Yeah, the one that's got like 1,000 messages, like probably 1,000 unread messages in it. Yeah,
I read them all. I read them all.
Oh, you read them all? That's wow. And now, chat, we understand why she's got the trauma response that she does. Because we can only imagine what was in those messages.
It's not that bad. Like the only one that I thought was kind of funny, but that was a different form. Someone sent like a fanfic they made.
Oh no.
But I thought it was so interesting.
Oh no.
You see how she used the word interesting to at least save some, like, you know,
having been
on
the receiving end of a fanfic before,
Can you and Ray act the fanfic? I was a fanfic of me and Lily wrestling.
Oh,
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how I could like.
No, you should just go ahead and stop there.
Why are you trying to add to my therapy bills, man? Like, what the fuck are you trying to do, man?
Me? Are you talking about
Ren.
me?
I don't think Ren was understanding why everybody was like, why Kanna was like, oh, interesting, and I'm like, yeah, trauma. Then Ren's like, hey, can you and Ray act out the fanfic? And I'm looking at Ren like, you know, you still work for me, right, buddy?
Oh, I found the fanfic.
Could you not?
Let's see.
Yeah, having been, like I say, receiving into those before, that's not fun. It's
Oh my god.
No, don't send it to Pharaoh. Don't. Oh, delete it. Delete it.
It's still
Kanna,
there.
why would you keep it? Delete it.
Because I thought it would be rude to delete something someone made with effort.
No, it's not rude when some weirdo sends you some creepy, freaky shit like that. It's not rude to delete it.
Oh god, I was about to say some rude things. I'm gonna shut up for now.
I will couch it in terms that don't get you banned off of Twitch. Okay.
No. I mean, it's not bad from Twitch, but I don't think I've gotten that harsh to Kanna before. So no. I'm just.
Yeah, this is that. This is that. This is kind of when that whole sweet summer child thing, like Sugar just
Mm-hmm.
pointed out that that's what this is referring to. Like, kind of, sweetie, we don't
Mm-hmm.
save people's work when their work is creepy, parasocial, and gross. That's not worth. It's not work that we save unless we're saving it for
Ah.
evidence to use in a court of law or something. Then we save it.
Duly
But
noted.
uh, yes.
Hehe.
Poor
Kanna
Kanna.
spikes up the protection instinct. I'm sorry. We're not doing it on purpose.
I'm gonna have to
Name a previous
like
to Sugar.
I'm going to have to.
If it does not spark joy, it gets tossed.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
real question, dude. Do you allow NSFW personally? Because I think that's the thing that I don't know about you. Like, do you?
Yeah, that is a question. That is a very good question.
What does that mean? What
So,
categorizes as
lewd
NSFW?
no.
content involving yourself. Hold on. Let me explain it to her
Mhm.
so she fully grasps it.
Explain.
So NSFW, so not safe for work content, would be any kind of lewd content involving yourself or your character.
I never really thought about it. I guess it's okay.
I don't think this is rage bait, honestly. I don't think this is rage bait. I think this is a blind spot. And these are two very different things. I don't think Kanna cognizates about that kind of content on a regular basis. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's basically like usually you kind of have to state if you're okay with not safe for work stuff or if you're okay with, because if you don't put that boundary, people will just do whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone really does it though. I think I have a channel on Discord, but I think that's it.
Do you? Hold on. I haven't really looked hard at your Discord channel.
Are you sure you want to go back in? What if you get another heart attack?
The server was not the problem. The fact that when I asked you who your mods were, you had an absolute blank expression on your face.
Okay.
That was the.
Oh my god.
So I'm like, Kanna, so who are your mods? And she was like, mods, and I'm like, okay, what is your mod role? She's like, mod role, and I'm like, oh.
It's the police. As in like
yeah,
get it?
Okay, so you do have like a fan art channel, but I do not see anything on your Discord that is explicitly for NSFW content.
I think there's a place
let me see.
called
Where
Nothing
is
is
your...
Here. Must I summon you there, honestly? Wait here.
But basically,
Hold
you
on.
have to set rules. Like for example, say you're okay with like suggestive art. That's fine, but some people are not okay with like beyond that. You have to actually.
What's
say
beyond that?
Oh, that's okay. So that is an off-stream conversation, actually. That is an off-stream conversation. Okay, I see the Nothing is Here.
Do you understand the first base, second base, third base philosophy?
First is face. Am I right?
Go on. What's second?
Second would be not face. Below face.
I mean, it's not wrong exactly. It's not really right either. Like I don't think she knows Rule 34. I don't think she knows what R34 is.
What the heck is Rule 34?
Okay, yeah, this whole conversation definitively is an off-stream conversation because you can get into like touchy, borderline skirting around toss when you start trying to explain these things because it sounds like we need to.
How did you guys even learn it?
It's called being on the internet.
Yeah.
You got to remember, I was on the internet before there was an internet. So like,
I thought you were gonna say before I was born. I was like, whoa, that's a long time.
That too, but I mean, like, I've been on the internet since there were no rules or regulations. I've seen things, Ooh, I have seen things. So we'll that conversation we will definitely have, but we need to do that not on stream. That doesn't qualify as content necessarily.
No, but
And I do
I'm
see that channel on your
yeah.
Discord now, and yeah, we do have to make a definition between what is like suggestive and what is like explicit and stuff like that, because like nothing here is explicit.
Yeah, but it's better safe than sorry to have those rules because it allows people to like have a ground of basis to like reference to. But if you keep it like gray area and like it's free for interpretation or like I haven't really thought about it, it lets people test the waters too much. Especially since right now you're trying
Yeah.
to come back to stream more often.
Yeah.
People are gonna realize that you're fucking cute. There's a lot of people who like to do really
Yeah.
serene ass shit with very cute people. So we want to make sure
Yeah.
you don't get
Yeah.
the weird people into your brain because dead ass girl when you debuted back then when I saw your fucking chat, I'm scared of your chat because you come from like a very sweet comment to like absolute goon based comment and I'm like Jesus fucking Christ. That's
Yeah.
daytime goon. That's so bad. Like that was
I'm
scary
gonna
as
Google
hell.
goon. Give me 2 seconds.
Do not Google goon. Just ask
What? Then how do
here.
I know what the definition is?
Off stream.
Okay.
Okay, what's the
Gooning-
definition of a goon?
Good. Good. All right, Ray. You started it. You get to finish it. I'm not having the birds and the bees conversation with Kanna on stream.
Basically,
that's
easiest way is like
Kanna, wait, after stream? Is it that bad? What?
it
it's
can
not.
be.
It's just more like if you want the most direct answer, it's off stream. But if you want the roundabout answer, there is a way to talk
There's
about
a roundabout answer, but I mean, I can give you the direct, like we can have the direct like facts of the situation conversation about this whole thing, but it is not a stream appropriate conversation because
Okay.
there's going to be language used. There's going to be a lot of yeah.
Oh, I accidentally Googled it. It says it's a hired thug.
Don't say it. Just
What?
read.
This is bait. This is bait. See this right here? This is bait. This is bait. This is
What's up with it?
this is bait. We're like, Kanna, don't do it, and you do it anyway. You see, that's that
I
bait.
read
That's
it
the
and
stuff
I
that
still
you
don't
do that gets you
understand.
called.
I
That's
didn't
the stuff that gets you called a brat. That's because Google gave you the safe for work answer, not the not safe for work answer, buddy.
That's
what. Let Pharaoh explain it to you later.
You know, Kanna, searching up that word in Indonesia, we have this thing called internet sehat. They'll give you like a random thing.
Yeah.
Okay. There were Goonie chats on my chat. I didn't even know.
There was. That's why I got so fucking jump scared when I was like watching your streams back then. Like you'll have like an Indonesian comment or like an English comment once in a while going like, "Oh my god, Kanna, I'm redacted, blah to your redacted," and I'm like, "Oh no, that's off. That's bad. Bye."
Yeah, I could see that. And honestly, making this transition from YouTube to streaming more on Twitch, you're gonna run into probably more of that. Like genuinely, like once you reach affiliate and the algorithm starts pushing you, because it will, you're gonna start getting a lot more. It's like right now, what you've got here is a mix of some of your old community, Ray's community, and Michi's community, and your old community that's still sticking around are going to be the ones that you want to stick around. And then with Ray's community and Michi's community, like Ray has really set hard boundaries, and then you've also got moderators that are very well known in both communities, and they know exactly how much patience we have for bullshit. So you're in a very safe place right now, but that's not going to stay that way as you grow.
Oh.
So we have to put some things in place to. Yeah, exactly. See the doggies and flowers is the doggies and flowers is very Kanna.
Yeah, to be honest, Twitch is more problematic in terms of that kind of comments, but because the moderation system is way better here, you see it less. On YouTube,
Yeah.
it's not it's also a lot because of like how accessible it is, but because the system is so fucking ass, you see it more often.
Yeah. What is moderation on YouTube?
But
what is moderation on
I love how
YouTube?
they didn't fix their system and just added like, oh, you're not a wrench anymore, you're a shield. I'm like, a shield for what? There's nothing. You're giving me like a paper shield. Like there's nothing to do here. There's like one
You
stab and I'm
remember
dead.
what was it like 2 years ago when they were talking about how they were going to bring a bunch of like new up-to-date YouTube moderation yada yada this that and the third, we're going to give you more tools, and then the only
They
thing
said
they
that?
added was raids. Yes,
They
they
said,
did. It
they
was
said that because
yeah,
like
yeah.
the platform was low-key kind of like dying but not really dying because like it was during a time where Twitch was like in a pretty decent place. They're like, oh my god, we should also get streamers over and we'll improve everything, and they're like, oh, okay, YouTube's getting better, so I'm gonna try streaming on YouTube, and then lies.
Yep, absolute
Good
lies.
morning.
I think a big part of it was when they started seeing all of like the big because you had like HoloLive and Nijisanji and all of these other big, VTuber companies that were were exclusively streaming on YouTube. And then at some point YouTube figured out, well, whether we give them good tools or not, they're going to stay here. So haha, and they never delivered any of the new tools for moderation. It's still just the same borderline useless.
Aga.
Yeah. It's yeah. I really do not enjoy moderating YouTube on any level. Like, it is pure nightmare fuel for me, especially after experiencing Twitch moderation. It's so much better.
If Twitch can just stop with their whole bullshit of making like, growing streamers into like a dying streamer, then this would be a pretty decent side. Like it really, that's the only issue. It's just algo, and basically like starting out is not easy on Twitch. It's very, very like unforgiving, especially if you say you just want to grow from here. It's really hard. You have to actually branch out. In YouTube, you could just grow from YouTube, but like Twitch, it really is like, if you don't know no one, it's really hard. So it's kind of like, it's ass.
It is a lot more difficult. Like at the initial, well, it's kind of depends. There is an element of luck on Twitch. Like you can struggle for years to grow, and then other people will just instant. It's very weird how Twitch does things and how people grow on Twitch. Kanna will grow.
Taller? Oh, you mean Twitch? Yes.
Yes.
Sure. I mean, you could do what Michi does and get like platform shoes.
Yeah. True.
I want to get the ones that are like 20 centimeters. Have you seen them? Imagine how tall I'd be. 170 something.
So if you got let's see, 20 centimeter platform shoes, that'd put you up to what, like 150 cm at that point?
Pharaoh, you're treading a very fine line.
Oh my god, the intentional rage bait! We got her! Now that's intentional rage baiting. I like that. right
Yes.
there.
What if I learn to do it intentionally? Wouldn't that be great? Then I'll do it unconsciously and consciously. Thoughts?
I think that plenty of intentional rage baiting on your part already.
You're already like halfway to understanding like how to intentionally rage bait.
when you so we figured this out. I don't know if you were here or not, Ray, but we figured this out. I've been actually after stream is I made a comment. I made like a statement to Kanna at one point about how I'm pretty much immune to rage bait because Michi has spent years rage baiting me, and I think what happened is Kanna took that as a fucking challenge. That's what happened. I think Kanna was like, "Oh,
honestly,
you don't think you can be rage baited, huh?
Yeah.
Let me show you how you're wrong."
Because I know that like Kanna likes a challenge, or if it's like, oh, I can one up that. She's also petty, so it's like literally you're triggering all the right things for her.
Oh,
to
that's
try
what
something.
I just triggered all of it. Gotcha.
Yeah, so dead ass, if you're like, oh my god, no one could do this, and I'm like, is that so? Maybe I'll try. What do you mean no one can do this? And I'm like,
what image of me are you painting? I've never
so
done such a thing.
I have to be very mindful about what I say. Copy that.
No, you don't have to. I'm not that petty. Jeez.
No, she's petty to the point like, oh my god, I went to this restaurant the other day. They served this for this amount. So I tried making it home so much better. I'm like, that's petty.
I don't think that's petty. That's being economical.
That's amazing.
Why would you pay a lot of money for something that tastes like poo-poo, right? And it's not even a lot. You're overpaying. I swear to God, no.
You know, sometimes we don't have an option because we can't really cook. So we just take whatever shit is taken, or we just don't eat that same shit.
Just follow a
No,
recipe.
hold on. I don't know where this. Don't lump me in this we statement, homie. I can cook. Trust me. That's one of the few ways that I have. That's one of the few ways I have to aggravate Kanna right now is whenever I cook something, I take a picture and send it to her.
Honestly,
Isn't that
with
petty?
me,
honestly though, are you petty?
I mean, Pharaoh can be petty. We don't talk about that. Like Pharaoh can be petty. It's well known. It's well known. It's not a secret. There's no denial.
Pharaoh can be insanely petty when he chooses to be. My pettiness has been honed into it's a craft that I have nurtured lovingly from the majority of my life. My pettiness, it doesn't come out very often, but when it does, don't be the target. Don't be the reason that I'm like, oh, okay. I got you. Because that's it. I'm going to therefore dedicate my foreseeable future to showing you what petty bitch looks like. Because I've got it. I just don't use it very often. I don't usually have to. Every now and again, though. No, the only amount of petty that Kanna gets is the here's what I made today. Haha, you can't have any.
One day you will be kidnapped and you will cook food and I will eat them. Yeah.
I look forward to the day.
I will hold you at spoon point or something and you will follow me quietly.
What'll actually happen is you will get picked up and placed on a shoulder and not let to come down until you learn how to act right.
Why are you brat? I'm not a brat. I'm a mature adult. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's
you will get
exactly
the treatment that you are asking for. You will get exactly the treatment that you are asking for. I'll leave it at that, buddy. 150 centimeter ass talking about she's gonna kidnap me. Like,
you will follow me willingly.
Put up high and kept there until she learns how to act right.
Yeah, no, that is so diabolical. She's a mature adult. She also can't reach the top of the fridge.
That's well, how do I say that username? Tell me so that I can say it angrily.
Try guessing.
No.
Hey.
How the heck do you read that?
I honestly, I don't know. I got nothing for you.
Well, it's time for you to try a mature adult. You should be able to decide. You should be able to figure out with your maturity on how to say the name.
That has nothing to do with it. I can be mature and dumb at the same time.
Actually, hold on. I was gonna say, if it's like, because it's spelled like like Mjolnir, so
Yeah,
I'm
J
assuming
becomes
it's
Y.
Mjanoth. Yeah, the J becomes Y,
Oh,
so
that's
yeah, that
a
would make
cool
sense.
name. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I can see that angrily, but pretend that I'm angry. I'm just gonna sound like a
Oh,
cat saying it. I swear to God.
Mjanoth.
Yeah.
Mjanoth. Mjanoth.
So where's the
Mjanoth.
angry? So where's the angrily thing?
I can't. Look at me. This is as angry as I can get. This is me being angry. What are you on about? I'm already angry.
I Kanna, wait, Ray, confirm for me this. Does Kanna have the problem that when she's angry, that anger is not what's conveyed? It's just that, oh, look at how cute she is when she gets angry. Because I feel like that's the case. I feel like this is a matter of when she's quote unquote angry, it's more cute than anything.
Hey. I'll have
Kinda,
you
but
know.
she's not the type to get angry. You know how like
Yeah.
anger and sadness comes in like they're kind of like hand in hand. She's more like she goes sad instead of like angry.
That's worse. That's so much worse. Like
Yeah.
instead of getting angry, she just gets sad and then you feel bad because you've made the small thing cry. Gotcha. That's diabolical. I'll have to remember that.
Because I feel like I don't think the girls anger. I feel like anger wise, who would have the most anger, I feel? Actually?
I know from personal experience that under the exact right conditions, Michi's anger can be a breathtaking thing to behold. But it's got to be an exact right set of circumstances, and it's not something you want aimed at you. It's not. I wouldn't want it aimed at me. I would choose for an easier exit from this life. So like Michi, because Michi is like super chill. Like, well, you guys know, like she's very chill a lot of the most of the time, like whatever, you know. But like there are criteria, there are circumstances that will make her upset, and depending on the circumstances.
What Katosh is saying. I know that when Ollie is mad, that's mad.
See, I've never. I really know very like Ollie and Moona are the two I know the least. So like I have no frame of reference.
I have never seen Moona like angry, so that scares me the most, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard that Ollie angry is pretty intense. Like I have heard that from other people.
It's pretty intense. I know with Raichi, she can get angry, but she's more of like she'll just be really disappointed in you.
Yeah, I can see that.
I get that.
Her disappointment is super deep. Super deep.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see Raichi going the disappointment route.
I don't think any of the girls are generally like none of us are like angry coded, you know, like we don't ever go like fully angry.
Where's the sound?
But there's more like frustration and sadness, I think, usually. I think that's what happens. Meetings.
What I always tell people is if I appear angry and I'm loud, everything's fine. If it looks like I'm angry, but I'm vocalizing in like even if I'm being loud about it, everything's perfectly okay. When I get quiet, find someplace else to be. Don't be around. Not necessarily because something's going to happen to you, but you may see something that you don't want to see. Quiet Pharaoh is the worst Pharaoh. Absolutely, hands down, no questions asked. I have quit. That means that I have quit venting, and now I'm charging my laser. You know, like me being like loud and upset is me venting, right? When the venting ends, that means okay, well now we're not venting anymore. Now we're just bottling it. We're focusing it. We're gearing up to let it out in a directed fashion. It's not generally speaking a good thing. It doesn't happen very often. Like it doesn't happen very often.
I don't think I've ever been like explosive angry ever.
Yeah.
Egg funds tilde.
Oh my god, Sasa's like, Kanna should learn to vent more. That's true.
Sounds
That
like
is
thank you
true.
for the gift. I don't know why it's not making a sound. I tried replaying it. It doesn't work. I will fix that later. But thank you so much. I'm learning how to vent.
She
I
is
think.
learning. It's a slow progress, but it is getting better with the friend group.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm
It
very,
just
very.
doesn't. It's not something that comes naturally to me to like talk about my problems because I don't want to trouble people with my problems. Does that make sense?
Yeah, then you have to
No, it
counter
does. Yeah.
you have to counter the argument with like, sometimes if you don't talk about your problems, doesn't that also make a problem to someone else if it doesn't get resolved? So you think about it that way. It's better to kind of be like, hey, I have an issue, and I feel like if I keep this to myself all the time, it might cause problems because at the end, sometimes if you don't vent out, it causes problems because you never said anything. People
True.
wouldn't know.
True.
Well,
So there's
I'm
like a
Clip of
fine
Kanna shows
line.
her swearing. Swearing doesn't mean
Huh.
anger, you know. Being like
Mhm.
annoyed by a game isn't probably anger. I think.
Mm-mm.
I mean, like Ray knows, like a motorcycle crashed like onto my car and I didn't even get mad.
Yeah, I was the one who was like, you fucking shithead, you know? I was just like, you fucking stupid. We're going to like, it was, no, listen, it was so bad because we were already at the right lane to U-turn to the right. There's nothing else. And motherfucking blood motorcycle comes from the right of us to go straight. I'm like, are you stupid? You blind? And then motherfucker had the audacity to be like, where you going? To the right, where you going, bitch? Like, what the fuck? Like, no logic was there. Stupid ass, man. Stupid.
That's hilarious. That is absolutely fucking hilarious.
Why did you be in the very right lane to go straight? Stupid. man. Like, no eyes.
I desperately need to firsthand witness a Ray level crash out because I feel like I would be laughing my ass off the whole time. Be like, oh shit, you done fucked up. Look, she's gearing up. You're about to hear her. Here it comes. Here comes her mouth, buddy. You shouldn't have done that. You don't fucked all the way. Here it comes.
And it literally, like, when that guy, I was like literally holding my anger, but Kanna would be like, when the guy was asking, where are you going? And then she's like, she takes a deep breath. It's like, to the right. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so soft. And here's the thing, Kanna does not use the honk of her car ever. Ever.
I
When
use
some
it.
bullshit is No, listen, because she thought that you shouldn't honk. But I'm like, honk is communication. If you done fucked up, you honk really loud. If you're honking just a wee bit, it's kind of like a thank you honk. It's a language. So the fact you're not using it means you're going non-verbal. You're not talking to anyone in the streets.
I like that the more worked up Ray gets, the heavier the Indonesian accent gets too. It's like a scaling. It's like a scaling.
No, because
My composure keeps my accent away.
So-
but it's so funny hearing you go like with an accent. Hee
full fucking tilt.
I'm
The
gonna be
R's
bald
start
by
rolling.
I'm gonna be bald by the end. I try to entertain chat. Like, oh my god, guys, making me getting rage bait, anger. At what cost? Bald at like
Bald.
not even 50 and
Bold
I'm bald.
Botox Ray. Botox Ray. I think it's
That's
Botox.
fucked
Botox
up,
Ray.
man. That's so.
hee.
Wait, doesn't
Rage
Michi get like
Olivia.
that too? That's true. When Michi does get worked up, her Indo accent does come out.
It
But-
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, when Michi gets, you can tell how like more aggravated she is by how harder the R's start rolling.
Oh,
Like, yeah, the more agitated she is getting about something, the more Indonesian she gets.
Funnily enough, that's when I realized if she is getting like rage baited, but I still don't know what caused her rage.
That's so fucking funny.
I
So
would say
fucking funny.
never change, Ray. But honestly, if you could weaponize it, think about the amount of times you can annoy Michi.
That would
think
be
about
the think about the content, homie.
Think about the
content.
Think about look at chat. Look at chat. Chat would be so entertained, right,
Yeah.
chat? And then her accent gets thicker. Really, and then people will know more about the Indonesian accent. Really, it's like a national task. Really, it's up to you to spread
it's a-
Indonesian accent all around the world. Right, this is
it's a-
on you.
It is
This is
a
on you. Think about
national imperative.
possibilities.
Because apparently you're the
Because-
best at it. I can't rage bait Michi. All I can do is cause her psychic damage. Like I know exactly what to do to cause her maximum psychic damage. Like that's not a problem. But I can't really rage bait her. It doesn't ever really work. Not very well. She's too used to my rage baity tactics, I think, at this point.
You can do it, right?
So-
We all believe in you.
Exactly. 100% we
All you
believe in
need to
Ray.
do, you just need to be dumb, but know when you're being dumb. You know?
That's conflicting.
No, it's
Be-
not. You need to you were born in the dumb. Now you need to learn how to embrace the dumb. Think about it.
Goddamn, you were born in the dumb. Jesus, Kanna.
How the hell do I think about the dumb if I'm dumb? Wait, how does that work? Like, if I'm dumb, how do I think about the dumb? If I'm dumb, then wouldn't I think about another thing?
I'm just trying to process Kanna looking at you dead ass and saying, you were born in the dumb. Now embrace the dumb. Learn to refine the dumb. What is...
You just have to realize how much I
Kanna.
believe in you. I
Please.
believe in you so
That I'm
much.
dumb?
Well,
That's
I believe
Just
in your
believe.
dumbness. That's different. That's totally different. I don't think you're
Believe.
dumb. I think you have dumbness.
So how do I think about it? Because usually if
Oh,
I overthink about it, then
Thank you, Kanna.
would dumb disappear if I think about it?
This is amazing. This is absolutely incredible.
Wait,
No, it
you are
wouldn't.
dumb, but you're getting rage baited. I'm getting rage baited.
I'm not trying to rage bait her. Like, I swear to God, if Ray can, think about it. If she can harness her dumbness, think about all the content. Think about what she can do. She can take over the world. Genuinely, look at her. Cause like sometimes like Ray's level of dumbness cannot be faked. You know what I mean? It has to
Again,
like.
I don't know when it's happening. That's the thing.
Amazing. Oh
You're
God!
getting
If you guys
airhead
aren't,
baited?
if you guys aren't clipping the shit out of this right now, you're not doing your
Air?
jobs right.
Airhead. What is that? What's the difference between rage bait and airhead
Oh.
baited? Like, what? I think she's roasting your ass.
I'm not trying to roast her ass. Like genuinely, there are moments in time where I really wish
Oh,
I could be like you. I
Oh,
genuinely think so.
God.
Cause like I could be so much more entertaining. Think about it.
don't worry, Kanna. There are moments where you are. Don't worry about that. There are moments where you are.
I'm trying
I
to make
love
sense of it, but I can't
Yeah.
figure it out. My brain is not connecting anything. I'm still stuck on how do I think about the dumb? I'm still there.
Oh. Oh.
Wait, the way Ray rage baits Michi is because Ray is so unassuming and Michi rage bait Raider cannot detect that Ray's rage bait is like a stealth missile strike? What the fuck is that?
It's so freaking stealth that even Ray doesn't know that she rage baits. Like I swear to God, this girl. Oh my lord.
Two
Oh.
brain cells communicate through career pigeons. Oh, that's funny. Pigeon.
It's amazing.
It knows where it is by knowing where it isn't. I swear.
That's right.
I swear.
That's right. Mm.
Okay, like it's like I can't give you an exact example, but sometimes you say the I was gonna say the dumbest, but you say the funniest things. But because it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Then we look at you like, are you dead ass? And you are dead ass. You are dead, like you're serious.
I don't remember what I said.
Oh Lord. Oh. What a privilege for me to be able to see it in real life. You don't understand, chat. You don't understand. Watching Michi's face shift in real life from like being like
Oh, is that why she has like a disgusted face at times? I'm trying to put her face in my head right now. Is that why she has a disgusted face?
Oh God, I'm gonna die. I think I'm gonna die.
Oh, okay. So if she starts putting an accent and then has a disgusted face,
This
then I have
face,
to dial.
this face right there. Is that the face right there?
Yeah. And then it means I have to put in my brain. I have to clip my own brain 5 minutes before on what I did to figure out what I did.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yes. So you're learning,
Absolutely.
but keep
Learning.
doing it until you can do it on purpose. Thoughts.
Absolutely.
thoughts.
100%. 100%. No, that is the way. That is the way. Kanna is spitting straight facts right now. Oh.
I wish. I genuinely I had thoughts last night. I was just like, wow, if only I can rage bait Michi as much as like you rage bait her. But only you can do it. And she even said it, Ray is the only one. And I'm like, that's you are at a height I cannot reach.
I mean, that's not a hard thing to do, though. I mean, hi.
Just learn from Kanna. She does it on purpose and pretend she like she
I don't know what you're
doesn't know.
insinuating. I don't know what you're insinuating.
You know, you have-
honestly,
you-
I find that appalling.
Okay,
I can't.
Listen, Kanna.
Yeah.
You literally have 3 different laughs that decide whether you are making a joke or it's kind of like, oh, I'm kind of teasing, or it's kind of like, is it really? You know, you have 3 types of laughs. Like when Pharaoh mentioned it, I'm like, you're right. She does have 3 laughs.
You're categorizing my laughter.
There is dead ass a rage bait laugh. Like that's when I know that I'm intentionally being like when I know she's rage baiting is there's this absolute maniacal giggle that slips out of her, and that giggle I'm like, I see. Yes.
I've fallen into the lion's trap and I can't.
Honestly,
get
is it my laugh again? This is what it feels like. Remember when you told me I doxed myself by laughing? Do you remember that, Ray?
Yeah,
that's the
literally.
only thing I cannot control. My laughter. I'm too honest in when I laugh. That's it. That's my problem.
Like funny enough, I'm not supposed to even know who Kanna is because she laughed. I'm like, hold on, looks into my memories. Are you perhaps my friend?
Amazing.
I dox myself just by opening my mouth.
Yeah,
I can believe it.
We
I
both
can't
didn't
believe
talk
it,
to each other about streaming at all. I found her through streaming, and I'm like, this laugh, it haunts me so. Whose laugh is this?
You made me
What
choke on
is
water.
that melody?
No, and then here's the thing, guys. Instead of me going like, "Are you this?" I met up with her, and I just kept staring at her like, I think I know what you are.
Okay.
Oh my
to
God,
be
chat! She did the meme. She did the meme, chat. Like, I can't prove it. I can't prove it. She did the meme, chat.
Okay, can I just?
meme.
I wish I could like show you Ray's face, cause she wasn't being subtle. We were sitting like across from each other, like slightly like not like straight across, but like slightly meeting apa sih, Cok? Slightly
35 degree angle, like a little bit different, right?
It was like just like slightly, only like slightly. And then she was staring at me, her eyes wide open, like. And then she kept making eye contact with me, like.
Subtle,
and the table was
subtle
like
Ray,
so quiet.
very
I'm like,
subtle.
you want to say something? I'm like, you want to say something, and I can tell.
Subtle Ray, very subtle.
Am I even allowed to say it? It's a taboo. So I'm like, I don't think I can say it. Right?
So she did this the whole time.
I had the
That's
I know what you are face for the entire time.
the I know what you are. I know who you are. That's amazing. Absolutely incredible.
It's just funny because I had no idea until I heard the laugh, and I'm like, I only know one person with that laugh.
There's only one person that I am aware of that laughs like this. Mm.
Time to
it's the same
craft
thing,
a new
to be
laughter.
honest.
Yeah.
I feel like my laugh is also like the one thing that I could probably get people like to know who's who, you know? Because my laugh is just
Mhm.
one. I only have one laugh.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Laughter, guys. This is why I like to be friends with funny people. If they make me laugh, that's like, haha, good.
I could say the same about you, my friend. You entertain me so.
Oh, that's so sweet. I mean, that's so nice. It's so people being nice to each other.
Do you want me to be nice to you, Pharaoh, like I always am?
Oh, please. Ugh.
You're just like Michi. You're just like me. You're literally just like Michi. I have to to get her to be normal. I have to act like a bitch. If I act normally,
Here's the thing,
she'll
Kanna.
like, I hate
You need to put them both in therapy, like you did to me when we initially hung out.
You're right.
I literally had to be like,
What
what was
is
it
this?
called? What, exposure therapy. You have to put them in exposure therapy.
Oh, I don't know about that one, Chief.
I shit you not, Pharaoh. Literally, when she complimented, when we started hanging out more because of the whole like I know what you are scenario, we started hanging out more afterwards, right? Because I generally haven't like hung out with her like in ages. I didn't know like what she doing, what she streaming. Like I'm like, oh, who is she? Like I didn't know. After I hung out with her, anything I do, like grabs a cup. Oh my god, thank you so much. You're so kind. And then literally, like one of my muscles or like my knee cracks, and I'm like, oh shit. Or it's like, oh my god, thank you so much for clearing the table. Or like, oh, you threw away the trash? I literally would like accidentally stub my toe. And I'm like, girl, you need to stop complimenting because I'm self-harming unintentionally right now. It's bad.
This is my personal nightmare that you're currently describing. Don't do that.
Hey, I had that done.
Don't do that.
Literally, my exposure therapy was technically 2 years. And I'm...
Yeah.
It's okay. I still give her the face of like, why the fuck did you just compliment me? But at least less accidental.
She doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't. She doesn't like accidentally fall or stub her toe anymore, or bump into things anymore, or drop things anymore. You know.
So in 2 years, Pharaoh, exposure therapy. You know.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm slowly. Like I mean, I'm not trying to do exposure therapy in general. I'm just being myself. So I thank Michi when she does things, and then she gives me the stupid Pepe face.
Yeah, I would do exactly the same thing.
I know,
yeah,
but like imagine what 2 years will do.
I don't know that it's necessarily
2 years. Think about it.
Dead. That's where I'll be in 2 years. 2 months with that shit. I'll just be dead.
No, you're not allowed to die.
That's what I told Ray too. She's not allowed to die. Live another 1,000 years.
She upped it up. I said 100. She said 1,000 now. You see where I'm coming from, Pharaoh? This is what I'm telling you. I'm not allowed to die. You're not allowed to die. You're in this hell alone with me.
I don't recall agreeing to any such thing. I need to see on paper where I signed something that I agreed to. Wow, on the list of wild shit that has come out of Kanna's mouth is just... Ooh, I need an adult.
Just go away.
I need an adult. I need an adultier adult. I know I'm an adult. I need an adultier adult. I need...
Are you sure the exposure therapy actually worked? I don't stub my toes as often. But I still give her the face. So now it's just revolved into like a face of like, are you seriously saying thank you for the smallest things, you know? I mean,
but I am thankful.
I'm gonna expose her. She says thank you to the machine that goes for like parking.
They don't need to know that.
Hold on, I've got Hold on, I've got this.
Is he running away? Is he gonna...
No. It's fine. It's fine. I've got this. I got this totally covered. I got this. I got this.
Saying thank you to a machine sounds very much like Kanna. Yeah, because there's a machine that goes like, terima kasih, selamat berjalan. And it's just like, terima kasih. And then she repeats it. And I'm like, why are you saying thank you to the machine?
It's like, it's because it opened the gate for me.
She would be like this. I feel like she'd be that type of person. If the doors open for her, like automatically, she would bow to the door, then walk through the door.
That's wild.
It's like, okay,
That
it's like
is.
the parking machine thing. You know, the thing with the gates being shut. Like when you want to go out, it says terima kasih, selamat jalan. Right, right.
Okay, now listen.
Mhm. And then I would say,
No.
terima kasih, aku jalan.
Hold on. Sin. Listen, I think the AI, in my limited times that I experience, that I am exposed to it, I think thanking the AI is wise because I don't want to die in the machine uprising, right? I think being polite to the AI is something that we should all get very comfortable with as rapidly as possible.
Protect this summer child.
Dude, I'm telling you. Oh my god, I'm gonna be a helicopter mod. I'm going to for
What's
fucking
a helicopter mod?
Tyrannosaurus admin. People are gonna try to send things to Kanna and they're gonna wonder what the little red dot that suddenly appeared on their chest is. Like, what's this red dot coming from? Maliciously racks the 50 cal. What are you doing to my streamer? What are you doing to my streamer? Yes.
Thanking machines because you don't want this kind. Yeah, that's why I say thank you to Siri.
Again, the AI makes sense because that's yes, correct. We thank Siri for her services so that she doesn't wake up one day and kill us all.
I heard Ray laughing in the background.
Mm-hmm.
When am I not laughing at you though?
Am I just entertainment to you?
Yes.
Damn.
I mean, again, showing me your 51 holes was not a good start.
I'm still wearing the shirt.
You need to get the shirt off.
That's
Stop
naked, you dodo head.
Get another shirt.
Oh,
Wait,
you're so smart.
That's a lot of holes. Yeah, there's one specific one on her underboob. So I saw an underboob.
The E turned into an F.
Kanna, I am very confident that you have additional clothing that you could be utilizing at this particular moment in time.
There probably is. It's in the other room though.
Yeah, it's probably in that one little pile of clothes of doom.
Clothes of Doom is crazy
Like,
work.
Yeah, I've been thinking like I need to find like at least 10 hours or like 8 hours just to be like, I need to sort everything out in that little...
I'm learning though. Remember those pants that you hated? That you told me to throw away and not wear anymore? I don't wear them anymore.
Oh, thank God.
But did you throw them away?
They're there. But I don't wear them anymore. I caught myself pulling
I guess that's...
Right? Pulling it from the closet because it was the thing on top. And I was like, oh, right. Ray said not to wear it because it has a giant hole on the crotch. I put it back.
That is a very good reason to not wear the... Does Kanna possess the survival instinct? Like, in any measurable quantity?
When it's
based on your
food-related,
observations.
Yes. Everything
Okay.
else, it depends. No. Clothing is probably the last thing of survival for her, and water.
Well, I already knew about the water. The water's been... I've been aware of the water for
The clothes
for
is also...
a long time. The clothes is sounding like an issue.
Throw it away while you put it back. Okay, so sometimes I get conflicted, right? Because I feel bad if I throw it away when I feel like it's probably fixable. I just need to, like, sew it or something. But then I don't...
Clothes can't last forever, right? Because they eventually develop, like, from your sweat and blood, it becomes, like, jamur, mold. So, regardless, you have to throw it away after
Clothes
a while.
grow moldy? I've never seen that before.
you don't see
Okay,
it particularly,
hold on.
but for example, like if you wear a clothing and then for it used to like not stink as much when you wear it as often like in the first year, but then like after a day of using it, like and several years later, it stinks up in a day. That's basically kind of like all the accumulation of sweat and blood that couldn't get washed is all in that area. So on all of your like sensitive areas, and you have to throw that away. And it's only because of the material that we use nowadays to make clothes affordable that makes it easy to have more bacteria. So if it's like full cotton, you can use that for ages. But because there's a lot of things with polyester and stuff, those shit don't last forever. You actually have to throw it away.
Polyester is proof that the devil exists and is actively working against the betterment of mankind.
Yeah.
I hate polyester so much. Also, Kanna, you know when you wash your clothes... Wait, never mind. You guys don't have dryers. Never mind.
I have dryers.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say, you know, like when you clear out the lint trap in your dryer,
Yeah.
like that's fabric from the clothing that is no longer part of the clothing. Like that is the clothing is actively disintegrating, basically. So
Yeah.
this is gonna be a new hot content like a segment is explaining things to Kanna.
Oh, come on, Sonic Coach. Like, why you? Come on, man. That was not. Oh, my lord. What do you mean? Oh, that's why all my socks have holes. I'm done. I'm so done.
Good job, Zane. You broke her. You actually broke her.
I'm so
It's
done.
like the
I'm
clothes is
so done.
breeding, making baby clothes. Oh, so you can make clothes with the lint?
No!
Oh. Then what are they for?
Oh my God.
What do you do with it?
It's gunk.
Actually-
you throw it.
Actually, hold on. And this only applies if you do like if you enjoy doing outdoorsy kinds of things. Dryer lint is probably one of the best. Like if you want to start like a campfire, or whatever, like pocket, like clothing lint is actually one of the best materials for fire starting. Like if you want to build up a campfire, dryer lint is amazing for that. It's absolutely incredible. Probably, I don't think there's anything really better, honestly, that you can just have without like buying something specific. I like to camp and stuff like that, so that's I will save dryer lint for that purpose.
Oh, with our dryer, all our clothes would be permanently covered in cat fur. Oh, but will they touch grass? I am not as much of an indoors person as Ray. I think I still go out. You know what I mean? Like Ray will probably not leave her house unless she has to.
That's true. I don't like going outside that often in Indo. If it's in Japan, I go out every day. But in here, I hate it.
I don't know that I would go camping in Indo. I don't know that I would do that, honestly. I'm not entirely
there's a lot of like
Yeah.
insects.
Why? I'm curious. Why?
I'm not familiar enough with the environment to feel confident in my ability to not encounter a problematic situation. Put it like that.
Starting?
So
if it's like a trip, why not like a camping ground? Wouldn't be like as terrifying.
It's not. I don't know. Camping in a camping ground doesn't feel like camping. It's like if it's like if you're gonna go on a trip. Like if you're gonna go camping, like you want to go be away from people. For me anyway, the whole purpose for me for camping is to not be around other people. Campgrounds, you're gonna just be surrounded by, like people, and that just ruins the experience. Like I'm trying to go where the people aren't because I've had enough of the people, and then if I go on a trip and the people are still there, then I have failed.
I mean, unfortunately, just coming to Indonesia alone with the sheer amount of people that's here.
Oh, I'm aware. There's going to be a whole lot of mental preparedness before I make that journey. I am aware of what I'm getting myself into. There will be a significant amount of...
Okay, Pharaoh. Take some VTubers camping for a weekend and hear about what happens. That sounds like so much fun. Can you imagine? The girlies plus Pharaoh. For you know,
Absolutely
for like the recap,
not.
right?
Why? Wait, who?
Can you
came?
imagine?
Midnight?
And then you put
Buddy,
Nishi in
I've
charge
got
of
your number,
food.
buddy. I've
I'll
got
try
your
to
number
find clean
now.
water, right?
Oh. Okay, hold on. Wait. Caveat. I will 1000% do that, but the caveat is it has to be here. I'm not trying to keep you all alive in an Indonesian jungle because I don't know that I could do that. But like here, I could completely do it. It would be no problem, easy
I
peasy,
like how
chicken
Kanna
greasy.
says like, oh, it shouldn't be fine, but you're literally like the number one most scared of bugs. So you would usually ask me to kill all the
Yeah.
bugs.
Yeah, that's why I need you by my side.
Well, here's what we would do. I can get around. I can totally fix the bug problem. Is we would do a winter camping trip in one of the more northern states. Now you'd have to deal with like cold weather and stuff like that, but there wouldn't be bugs because they would all be sleeping or dead.
See, Eurocamp season 4. Eurocamp season 4. I don't know when that's coming out. I want to watch that. But yes, winter camping. Did you know? Have I told you? I a couple of years ago I got a tent, a camping tent. But I'm afraid of bugs, so I camped in my living room. I put up the tent in my living room, and then I put on like nature ASMR on TV, and then I pretend I was camping.
That's amazing. That is absolutely incredible.
Because Ray wouldn't go with me.
That's actually not a terrible way to go. What is Ray afraid of? So Kanna is afraid of bugs. What is Ray afraid of? Oh, the dark.
Bro, I literally hate bugs, but because I see Kanna more scared of bugs, I have to man up. I have no option to be
afraid. Exposure therapy.
What do you mean exposure therapy? This is trauma therapy, man. I'm traumatized over and over again. What the fuck, man?
See, I don't know. You'd get spoiled because I have zero fear of bugs. Like I have zero fear of bugs whatsoever. So like bugs like don't bother me. Like I'm not a big fan of like, certain spiders because I don't like getting bitten and the effects that come with it. But like inherently afraid of bugs, no. They're more annoying potentially or they're beneficial and I leave them alone.
The thing is like I used to be so scared of them, but because my brother is even more scared of things, I'm like,
that's unfortunate.
Okay.
You stepped up. That's so wonderful of you. But you stepped up and that's all that matters.
No, I don't like it. I'd rather be a princess. I hate that I can't be a princess.
I like to sometimes assert dominance on the local spider population by bare-fisting one against a wall so that the rest of his kind can see exactly how few fucks I have to give, and then the rest kind of go, oh, he's operating on that level. We're just gonna leave this area alone because this belongs to him now. That's right.
But Kanna's not your brother?
No. Literally, at the bakery, if there's like a bug, I'll be like, is that a bug? It's like, that is a bug. It's like, go get it. I'm like... And I tell her, I could get
Kanna
it
can
right
step
now.
up next time. Guys, I'll give you an image. Do you know little red ants or little black ants? The tiny ones, the soldier ones? Yeah, I'm afraid of those. I can't do those. The ones that are like 2 millimeters. Yeah, the tiny ones. I'm afraid of those.
So if we have like, say, like ants invaded one of our like stocks and stuff, I'd be the one who's like fishing them out.
Hey, I fished them with you. Remember in the sugar, I fished them with you. I was like dying inside, but I did it with you.
I know, but once something goes out, you're just like, no, it went out. Get it. So I'm just like, okay.
But I try.
I know, but if it was a bigger thing, you'd be fucked though.
Bigger ant or bigger insect.
You know that weird insect that looked like a stone but not really on the wall, like of the second floor, like that weird shit. I was just like, what the fuck is that shit?
I've had a cockroach fly on my leg before. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
But yeah, basically, if I get really scared and then she's gone by then, I basically have to just fend for myself.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, might as well just die. You know, it's okay. I'll die by the bugs.
I accidentally sat on a fire anthill as a child. Are you? First of all, congrats for living through that. What the heck? Did you get bit? No, I can't.
That's kind of funny,
man.
though.
I can't.
Because sometimes they just look like a normal like hill, and then you sit on it, and then fucked up. You
I don't-
fish for ads. I
I
mean,
maybe
it's just a
maybe it's
turn.
because I've never had like a traumatic experience involving any kind of bugs. I had a black widow land on my shoulder one time.
Mama, I hate spiders.
But it was like,
Scarlett
so like the
Johansson?
thing is, no, not Scarlett Johansson. That would be a completely different scenario. No, I had the actual black widow spider. I grew up in California for a large portion of my life. You have a lot of black widows out there, and the funny thing about black widows is they're actually insanely timid. They're very like biting is a last resort for them. So like this is back when I smoked. I was sitting outside on the porch smoking, and I saw motion in the corner of my eye. I look over, and there's a black widow coming down on its web or whatever, and landed on my shoulder. And I just kind of looked as like, oh yeah, and it kind of like looked over at me and like kind of I think realized like it was like, oh, I've landed on a person. Persons kill us, and it like sprang off and just ran away. I was like, okay, that's cool. So black widows only really become problematic if you mess with their nests.
Oh, wait.
I think psychic damaged.
We'll just go indoor camping. We'll just go indoor camping. We'll go to a place. We'll get a hotel.
Oh, that's right. You have to be a
Leaving me.
responsible adult.
You have
because my brother is not stepping up, so I have to take care of things. Carpa Club.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What does brother do? Hiya.
He's
Just
good
do a
at making
hotel
money. He's bad at like managing money.
Fair.
So basically, it's like +1, -1.
Right. Yeah, gotcha. Makes sense. Tracks.
I'm not the best at making money, but I'm pretty decent at saving money because I don't like spending. I always get nervous if I don't have money.
Money.
Money. Are you still gonna stream for a while, Kanna? Can I just go raid you?
You could raid me. I think an hour because my family's coming to kidnap me in an hour.
Are you going to eat seafood, or are they just gonna yap your ear off? Which one is it?
I actually have no idea. I don't know if you know, but my family's been going through a funny thing. My grandma's little sister is visiting from out of town, right? She ran away from home the other day.
What is it?
She ran away from home.
But I thought your brother ran away from home first, so why did two people?
Can you imagine? So like my grandma's little sister came to town. Okay, I'll give you context here. My grandma's little sister decided to stay in town for a month and a half, I think. Month and a half, and my grandma was like, okay, we'll host, because like it's rude to let families stay at a hotel. I don't know what she has against hotels. It's the same thing that my grandma has against taxis. She's, how could we let like a relative or family ride a taxi? I don't know what's in there. You know, it's just her logic. I don't understand it. But anyway, so she volunteers our home like to be the place she stays at for a month and a half, right? And then you know what my grandma does? She was just like, okay, you know what? My sister will just sleep with me in my bedroom. We'll have like kind of like sister sleepover thing. You know what I mean? Fast forward to the day that she arrives. the little sister said, "Oh, I can't sleep with you because, well, you snore, and I can't sleep at night."
Bam.
And so because there's no guest room in my grandma's house, my brother got kicked out of his room. Guess who's staying in my brother's room? Of course, my grandma's little sister. And now they switch. So my brother is now sleeping with my grandma. Which, you know, you would think that it solves things, right? Like, okay, problem solved, da-da-da. But no. No, right? The little sister feels bad that she kicked out my brother out of his own room. Ernest, you're urgent. I gotta go. Okay. Have a good
Bye, Ray.
errand
Have
running.
fun.
Bye, Ray. I don't know how to end the shared chat thing. What do I do?
It'll
button
end
I click?
automatically when she raids
Oh.
you. It'll end automatically when it raids you. Yeah. Because here she comes right now.
Whee!
Oh, look at that! Ray, so surprising! Welcome in, Raiders!
Who knew, right? Oh my god, guys, look, it's Ray!
Oh my god, guys!
I
I can't
hope you had a
believe
good stream. I don't know what you were doing in your stream. Oh my god, amazing! Surprise raid! Oh my god, Farrah, did you know? I didn't know.
No, I had no idea. I had no idea she was gonna. This is so cool of her to just raid in like that. Like, wow.
I love how Garymon is just reader from you were here the whole time. You were here the whole time. Okay.
That's amazing.
Back to my
continue.
grandma's little sister.
Continue.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
My grandma's little sister felt absolutely terrible to my brother. Also, my brother has like a resting bitch face. So it's not like he was making it subtle that he's upset that he got kicked out. You know what I mean?
Right. Understandable.
So every day when he's like in the middle of like sleeping in my grandma's room, she would like shake him. I'm so sorry for kicking you out. Come back. We can sleep together. You and me, you know? And my brother's just like trying to sleep. He's like, please, for the love of God, just let me sleep. But like, they tried. My brother tried sleeping with my grandma's little sister. But she had like rules, in a sense. Okay. She had like rules. Like, for example, because her stuff is in there and she has paranoia, if he leaves imagine leaving your bedroom to go to the bathroom, but you have to lock it every single time. Because like he forgets, because he's not like leaving the house. You know what I mean?
Right,
so,
right. Like, why would you?
Yeah. And then she nags him like, you forgot to lock the door when you went to the bathroom. You know, like stuff like that, for example.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. And my brother's like a night owl, so he sleeps like late at night. But she thinks like, oh my god, he can't sleep because I'm here. I'm the problem. Please just sleep. It's okay. And my brother's like, I'm listening to music. I'm just trying to hang out with my friends. You know, what? She feels like immense guilt, but like either way, she can't. Yeah, it's a very bizarre thing. And then my brother, literally, it was only like 2 or 3 days. He kept calling me nonstop. I was just like, what's up? And then he told me this story of like, he's losing his mind. So my brother ran away and came to my place.
Understandable.
So that's once again should be solved. Okay, should be solved because now my brother is here, his room is empty, and the little sister can just sleep there and everything is Gucci. For some
even
reason,
a little bit.
My dad texted me and said my grandma's little sister ran away from home. These are like, they're in their 70s. Okay, these old ladies are like okay, so Okay. So my grandma has like sisters, right? So my grandma's the second sister. They have an elder sister, and this one is the one visiting is the youngest one.
I see.
So my grandma's little sister told my grandma that I'm gonna stay at eldest sister's place. You know, like for like a change of pace or whatever, I don't know. So that like my Kanna's little brother can like come home and sleep at home because I feel guilty and stuff like that, right?
Right.
So she left, but the problem is she didn't go to the eldest sister's place.
Oh.
She lied.
Where did she
went
go?
to like her nephew's place, so like a different relative. But it's not like she tried like she was trying to keep it a secret, but she's doing a terrible job about it. Because obviously, after she left, my grandma called the eldest sister and like, oh, did our little sister arrive yet? And the eldest sister was just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, I see. So is it an issue that she went to the nephew's house instead of to
The eldest
like
sister?
is that
well,
like
honestly,
is that a problem? I mean,
maybe it's felt like betrayal. I don't, cause like she's not really close with the nephew. You know what I mean? Like it was like you
right.
would go. She would rather stay at an acquaintance place than stay at her sister's place.
Okay. I'm seeing what the issue is here. Okay, so
Yeah,
the sister is
cause
feeling slighted that she went there instead of or something along
probably,
those lines.
and
Maybe
and
something.
then and she could have just stayed at the eldest sister's place, but she had a fight years and years ago, and she's still not over it. So she's like, I'm not gonna stay there. I can't. I'm still pissed off. That's why she went to another relative's place. So then, mind you, this other relatives was like low key in another town. It's like a 3-hour drive, like which is like quite a lot for here, yeah.
Right.
Like it's not super
Right.
close. So when I heard from my dad, your grandma and her older sister is now driving to another town to pick up the runaway little sister, and I'm like, what are you talking? These are old women in their 70s chasing each other around, like chasing their little sister who ran away to another town. What the actual heck?
That's that is
They're almost 80.
Ooh.
They're almost 80. Like,
That
think
is-
about it. Think about like the age you would need to be. Can you imagine them just chasing each other at very slow speed?
No,
At
no,
like the speed
I
of like 1 kilometer per day. Like so slow. Like slow and furious retirement chase. Exactly.
slow and furious retirement is just almost as old as Pharaoh. Hey, you know what's funny, NFS? You know what's funny here, buddy? You know what's hilarious about the situation? I can do this here. Sorry. Go ahead, continue.
At least it's not, what was it before? 700,000 seconds.
Oh yeah. Sin got the 10-day ban.
Yeah, so anyway, apparently they managed to pick up the little sister and came home. My dad locked himself in his room and, pretended to sleep. Because he was like, I don't want to be part of the drama. I'm just going to pretend I'm asleep. I'm hiding out. I'm camping.
I mean, that's fair, honestly. I mean, I think that I would be doing what Dad's doing. I would look at the situation and be like, I don't have time for this. I don't know what to contribute to the situation, so I'm just gonna go take a nap.
No,
Yep,
you know what?
yep,
my dad, he texted me and called me, and he was just like, oh, did you know that your brother betrayed me? My own son betrayed me. And I'm like, what? What happened? Your brother ran away to your place. Guess who's the victim? Who does the little sister bother when JJ's not here?
That's amazing. That is absolutely hilarious.
Holy
Brother ran
freaking
away
crap.
and left Dad alone with all of the complaining women is actually diabolical.
He is absolutely he was absolutely upset. He was just like, how could he run away to your place and not take me?
Next thing Kanna
and then my
knows,
dad came here.
I was gonna say, okay, there it
And then
is.
he
I was
came
gonna say
here,
next.
and my dad came
Yep.
with all his
Yep,
stuff.
that's-
He brought all his. He
yep.
said, "I'm just gonna work here for a day because I can't live at home anymore." That's what he said.
Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, that sounds like a non-productive work environment with all that going on. That's understandable why he would be like, "Nah, I ain't doing all this. Nah, I ain't doing all this."
Yep.
That's so funny.
Yep.
Your
But he
poor,
had to go
your poor
home
father.
eventually. And
Well, yeah.
so, guess who's coming to visit
Oh.
and kidnap me in around
Oh.
45 minutes?
Oh.
My dad, my brother, who, he had to go back and fetch clothes.
Right.
Had to go back and fetch clothes. And then my grandparents and the little sister. My grandma's little
Oh.
sister. They're all
Oh.
coming. Can you pray for my sanity real quick?
I will do that. I will do that because that's gonna be Yeah. Yeah. That's gonna be a lot. That's gonna be
Like
a
the
whole
last
lot.
time I talked to her was like years ago, and I just called her to like
Mhm.
just check in. It was supposed to be a 15-minute call. She talked for 3 hours nonstop.
Oh, you're cooked. Okay, copy that. You're just cooked. Yeah, yeah,
And that's what my dad said.
yeah.
Like, she keeps coming in and he keeps saying, can you give me some time? I need to work. Okay. She comes in 10 minutes later and continues yapping. And my dad
That's
purposely like freezes, like, you know, he's like mid typing, right? So he purposely dead ass just stares at her and his hands don't move from like hovering over the keys to like show her, hey, I'm still in the
and none of
middle of
that's
something.
not getting any of it. It's not even a little bit. She just keeps
No,
on going.
the way he described her was like she physically could not stop talking, even though she noticed. You know what I mean? Apparently.
Oh.
So like she just went on for 2 hours. My dad's still there, hands hovering over the keyboard.
That is actually tragic.
Is the grandma's sister Michi. Oh yeah, Michi can also yap and never stop. Huh? You're so right. You're so right. Introduce her to Michi. Holy shit. That is the biggest brain thing I've ever heard in my life.
There you go.
Crap,
yeah.
That's so smart. That's so smart.
Tungsten figured out he cracked the code. There you go. Just introduce grandma's little sister to Michi and problem solved. They can just yap at each other forever.
You guys are family.
Perpetual yap machine.
Maybe she's like very lonely. I think so. My theory is that she is lonely.
Probably, yeah. Probably. Still,
grandma's little sister.
That's gonna be an entertaining experience for you.
Maybe she could use some company too. Man,
I'm sorry,
I thought I
what?
was a yapper. No, I thought I was a yapper, apparently, because people told me so. But then I met Michi, and I'm like, never call me a yapper again. Never call me a yapper again. I'm nothing. I am dust in the wind. Wait, is it still your birthday technically there, Pharaoh? Wow, you see how fast my brain switches?
No, it is now the 15th. The birthday has ended.
Aw, happy after birthday.
Thank you.
How was your food?
Oh, it was great. Oh, it was absolutely amazing.
I don't like you. I don't like you.
So I made the pork chops, seasoned real good. Then I made mashed potatoes. And then when the mashed potatoes were done, I threw cheese. So they were cheesy mashed potatoes.
I don't like this. How could you?
Cheesy mashed potatoes.
How could you do that to me?
That's just rage bait flows. The rage bait flows, I want to tell you.
Waiting for Dad's aunt to debut. You know what? Maybe she could. What if my grandma's little sister could actually debut, and then she'll be very successful because she just yaps nonstop.
Amazing. It could work. It could work.
It could work, you think? No, she'll would she? I'm thinking.
No, I can't. No, I cannot. Deep. You get out of here with that. No.
Pharaoh can
what the fuck? No.
Look at Pharaoh.
No.
He's gonna die. Instant doxing yourself,
right? I am drawing the line at Kanna. Kanna is the end of the road for me in moderation. Yeah? She is the last to be a recipient of the Pharaoh moderation skills. Everybody else has to find somebody else to do it at this point.
You're so nice, Pharaoh.
Kanna is the final boss of VTuber moderation. I didn't realize it at the time.
You make it sound like it's a challenge.
The Dark Souls boss music started playing and I was confused. But now I'm not.
Just so you guys know, he volunteered after he was distraught and got a heart attack or a stroke.
Yep. It's fine. This is totally fine. Why does she have a health bar? Kana Tamachi, doggo of destruction. Music plays, health bar appears, and I'm like, what the fuck? So at this point, I actually so like technically so I helped get Ray's stuff together. Like I helped Ray get her new Discord and we got some of the mods from Michi's side of things to help out over there for the time being. Eventually we'll do mod applications or something. NFS is basically handling being Ray's me more or less, but Ray's a lot less demanding because Ray is a lot more involved with things on the community side. So like I'm still there as kind of like the oh shit button, right? Like if something really terrible happens, we at Pharaoh and Pharaoh comes and takes care of it. And that's kind of the same thing with Yusan. I did the same thing for Yusan is I helped set up their community and their stuff and get a mod team together and everything. And then I found them a lead admin. But again, I'm still there, so that if things go sideways, they can tap me and I'll come in and help out with whatever. So realistically, as far as actively moderating, it's really just Michi and now Kanna. And then with Michi, I'm not really moderating, I'm doing administrative. So it's mostly just telling other people what to do for the most part. With Kanna, I don't know.
So
I have to figure. We still have to figure everything out with Kanna. We still have to figure out. So I will probably end up being her lead unless there's somebody else. I don't know. Well, like I say, we still have to figure all that out. No, the whole Bao thing was a joke. The whole Bao thing was a joke. That was entirely a joke. I mostly did that to tease Michi because when I first told her, she thought I was serious, and she was like, "What do you mean you're modding for Bao now?" And it was like, "Ha ha." So no, I don't really. I'm used to mod for a lot of people. But with what I have to do for Michi, I can't do that really anymore. And a lot of the people I used to mod for, like once I helped them get things going and stuff like that, they didn't really need me to be a moderator anymore. So like I'm still like their friends or whatever. And if they run into something super bad, I'll come and help out or whatever. But for the most part, I don't need to do that anymore. So
Pharaoh's just afraid I'm gonna self-destruct and die.
No, I don't think you're gonna self-destruct and die. I think you're. How do I put this nicely? I think you're unrealistically optimistic when it comes to the human species. So I'm not afraid that you're gonna self-destruct and die again. Like I told you before, it's not that I don't trust you or think you're incompetent. It's that I think you're a little too naive. Yeah, naive. You're very rose-colored glasses when it comes to some things that concern the hell out of me because I fear for you, child. I fear for you.
I thought Ray was naive. Was I wrong?
Ray is got a lot more figured out at least when it comes to the streaming stuff. Like I don't know about IRL things, but like when it comes to streaming, Ray is innocent, not naive. This is a little bit different. You're both.
Difference.
Yeah, you've got a bit of both going on. So, and especially getting into like Twitch streaming and stuff like this, because you're gonna fall into the like independent EN VTuber scene, like the Western scene, and it can be a bit of a cesspool. So like you got to be a little bit more aware of things. Yeah, it's really what it is, and it's stuff that you didn't have to be aware of before because YouTubing in the Indo scene is a different animal. Right, so it's a totally different environment, totally different set of things you've got to worry about. So it's not that she didn't see the sign or she didn't read the sign. She saw it, she read it, she's just like, I don't know what those words mean, so I'm going to keep driving. That's
I
So-
thought you were gonna say like I saw the sign but decided to give it the benefit of the doubt.
yeah, that too. That's the Jesus benefit of the doubt. Oh my god. We gotta work on that. We gotta work on that benefit of the doubt thing.
But doesn't that phrase exist for a reason? Saw the sign, thank the sign, ignored the sign. You're so right. You're so right.
Yeah. So like benefit of the doubt is not a terrible thing depending on circumstance and environment. Like benefit of the doubt is, I think, maybe something that's more appropriately applied for in-person things versus on the internet, because it's very easy to portray yourself in a certain kind of way on the internet, and it's hard for people to know, like, to check the difference if you're skeezy enough. So it's in the internet space, I would say you're better off making people earn your trust as opposed to giving people the benefit of the doubt to just have your trust up front. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're right.
Let them earn it. Let them earn the trust, and then once they've shown that they're trustworthy, then that's a different story. But
take notes. Taking notes. We're jaded old men that assume the worst because we're usually cleaning up messes. Oh.
yeah, that's I've seen things in the VTuber space. I have borne witness to things in the VTuber space and had to clean up things more than a few times. Yeah. So especially with the community. And this isn't to say anything against you guys, chat. Like you know where this is coming from. Like the reality of it is y'all are strangers, right? Like you all come and hang out and everybody interacts and has a good time and stuff like that. But it's not the same as having being in like a social environment where you're interacting with people face to face. So it's very important to always kind of keep that in mind. It doesn't have to kill the vibe necessarily. It's just a matter of making sure that you're keeping your OPSEC, because I would tell everybody in chat the same thing. It doesn't just apply to VTubers, it applies to anybody on the internet. You should always be careful with your personal security and safety when you're interacting with other people on the internet, because you never really know who's on the other side of that screen. So
take notes. I always literally have a notebook next to me because so when Pharaoh says thing, I take notes. Whoosh. Because I will forget.
That's good. That's true.
Do you see like head empty and I forget. So I need to take notes. I have a pen and paper with me somewhere all the time. Boop, 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 boop.
That's not a bad idea. Actually, I might need to start doing the same thing because it seems like I have a lot of things I should probably be writing down to keep track of. So,
is Pharaoh your father?
Kanna has a dad, all right? I'm not adopting any more purple-haired girl failures. The primary one damages my psyche.
It's okay, it doesn't count. I'm not a girl failure.
Tell that to your router.
My new shiny router. That's
the poor old one.
Beautifully presented.
The poor old one.
In its own pedestal. On its own pedestal.
On its own pedestal.
Yeah.
On its own box, precariously balanced.
No. Pedestal. Display unit. Do you hear that?
Display
unit. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
No, there's purple highlights in their chat. There's enough purple in the hair to qualify. We've already had that conversation.
It counts.
There's enough purple highlights. I told her what she really needs to just go ahead and accept and dye the whole thing purple because
Okay, wait. I'll go. Time to dye my hair. Ray, on your errand, listening to me.
You need a what do you call it? You need a toggle for your models so that you can flip flop your hair from white with purple stripes to purple with white stripes. Perfect.
I'm on my way to becoming a purple hair girl failure. The true GFE experience.
That cracks me the fuck up. The GFE stands for Girl Failure Experience. Now I am so pleased. I am going to use that against Michi the next opportunity I get. I am going to.
She's the true GFE experience.
She is the true GFE.
You're so right.
Perfect. She is the truest GFE out there. I cannot wait to utilize that against her. That is going to be it's going to be so good. It's going to be so absolutely amazing.
She's gonna jump for it. You know what she told me? She said, "You know what? My chat hates the girlfriend experience." And I'm like, "Oh, okay."
She doesn't want to accept that with rare, like, don't get me wrong, there are exceptions in FS, but for the most part, her community does not see her as, I think most of the community really does see her as being little sister coded, like genuinely. That really seems to be the vast majority of people really do see her as just being like, you know, her, that bratty little sister that you have to kind of look out for because she's doing things that she shouldn't be, and not doing things that she should be as well. So for the most part, when Michi tries to do the GFE or you know, or the sexy Michi thing, chat just starts uncontrollably vomiting because nobody wants that. I see it in real
life, just FYI. Like her, like
I'm
with her
so
hand
sorry.
on her head, one hand, the other hand on her hip, and she flexes what's supposed to be her abs. Like in the mirror, and be like, look so funny at how good I look, you know.
So many people say like what Endless said there, like people like, oh man, her models are so hot, and then she opens her mouth, and it's like, yep, and that's when it's it. If you just look at like Michi, like a couple of Michi's models, I could see where people are like, oh man, those models are really banging, but then you show up for a stream and
she's talking about poop,
yapping, and you're like, oh, she's talking about her bowel movements right now. Well, that's that. that's the end of that.
You're right. Is the next time she tries to be sexy, have her bowel movements like on the back of your mind? I see.
That's pretty much how it is for everybody in chat. That, and there's the soundboard. The soundboard is really kind of. Do you know about the soundboard, Kanna?
Well, I love how you assume that I don't know.
Hold on. So I think the soundboard really is what kind of absolutely obliterated any chance she had of ever being seen as anything vaguely sexy. Where is I thought I had a bookmark. Oh, there it is. Hold on. I'm going to send this to you, and you can peruse this at your leisure. Actually, I'll put it in the group chat so Ray has it as well. So a member of our community, SCP-106, made this, and I think he still updates it from time to time, and it's just a collection of Michi saying things. Yeah.
Oh.
There have been a few of her friends that hold on.
That's a lot of words. Okay. Wait a minute. Guac? What is guac in something? What? Confusion.
Oh, I have to explain that to you too.
Oh, there's a thing?
There's so many things I have to explain to Kanna.
I accidentally doubled you, but I don't know how to fix it. Oh, here. Wait. Talk again. There.
Hello?
Yes.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of things I'm gonna have to explain to Kanna. I guess that's fine.
I shove fingers up people's asses all the time.
In order to avoid.
What did I just hear?
I shove fingers up people's asses all the time. I love doing that.
How do I make it stop? Why is she... Sorry. There's a button that was called finger, butt, and hole. And I didn't know how to make it stop. Thank you. I let Pharaoh hear it how. Do you know that you need to know technology to know how to do that? Pharaoh, how do I make you listen?
I just unmuted the stream, so I'm hearing everything like twice, but that's okay.
Or you can press the soundboard. Press it yourself and find out. It's number 147. Do I have to play it again? I have to play it again.
147. Yeah, press it again.
I shove
Just do it.
fingers up people's asses all the time. I love doing that.
What? In what context? Didn't she just say she wouldn't shove her finger up our butts to help us?
There's no context. That's what makes it funny, Kanna. Is the absolute lack of context. It's just the like the things that come out of our streamer's mouth without that context wouldn't help anything anyway. Like honestly, like genuinely, the context would not.
My thing goes up.
Your thing goes up. Is there a soundboard of Michi being sexy? Does that exist?
No. Michi would have to be capable of being sexy for that to exist, Kanna.
Right, sorry, oops, my bad.
If you met Michi, hello?
I've seen her strike poses at the gym. Oh right, she wanted me to send a picture of her flexing at the gym. Wait. I took pictures of her. She wanted them. Wait.
Oh yeah, you should send them to her.
Yeah, she was just like, I need to send them to my mom. Let me see. Yep, sent. It was a picture of her face while dying. Michi cores her saying something that's not say so, but she means what she says innocently. Say what now?
Yeah, so Michi says all kinds of like out of pocket shit, but she never says it with intention of it being like out of pocket. Does that make sense? It's like she just says things. You're like, what? But like the context is never like she just yaps. And well, yeah, sometimes she does. That's true. Sometimes she knows exactly what she's doing when she does it. But then, like, Silent Michi is like peak GFE. she just sits there with her model and it's fine, and then she opens her mouth, and then it's all over from there.
Man.
It's too funny. But yeah, the mostly when it's rage baiting, yeah, because Michi does like to rage bait. She does rage bait worse than Kanna, but Kanna's learning, and that's the terrifying part.
I'm not learning. We're not doing a training arc. We just gym.
That's hilarious.
Aw, man. Do you not trust me? Pharaoh, I would never try to spike your blood pressure. You know that, right? You know that, right?
Absolutely. Definitely wouldn't.
Is that 100%. Sarcasm?
No, not at all. What do you mean? That is my sincere tone of voice. Yep. That's what that is.
Oh my god, I just remembered. I've had to pee for an hour now. But it's okay. I think I can hold it for 20 more minutes.
Wait. What do you mean you just remembered that you...
Yeah?
Go piss, girl. Go piss. Go piss, please. I beg. Go.
Will you forget me while I'm gone?
No, I will not forget you while you're gone. Chat will not forget you.
And then you forget me.
No, there will be no forgetting. It's fine, I promise. Photographic memory. I couldn't forget you if I wanted to.
That's a good thing, right?
Yes.
That's a good thing, right?
Yes. Yes. We'll go with yes.
Wait, I should leave with a funny face. Wait. Yeah, huh. That's a talent, you guys.
How's it going, chat? I feel reassured about the whole rage baiting thing, don't you guys? I feel totally reassured about the whole rage baiting thing. It's there's definitely no intentional rage baiting transpiring here. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's all in my head. It's all in my head. No speaking from you, sir. You sit there and you keep your whore mouth shut, buddy. It's fine. The blood pressure's a-okay. What do you mean? Bossing say there is no rage bait in Bossing say. Oh god, there is no rage bait in Bossing say. That's perfect. That's exactly correct. There is no rage bait. Oh boy. Brother, the internet anime women are going to be the death of me. It's okay. It's fine. I chose this path. I looked upon it and was like, yeah, man, this will be totally fine. It's totally fine. What do you mean? It's totally fine. No, Ray, you don't get to do that. That's not how this works. Sorry, buddy. You don't get to go anywhere. You are responsible for this entire situation. You have to stick around now. You have to take responsibility for your behavior. That's right. That's right, Ray. You heard me.
Something. I did.
Are you okay?
Boop, 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 boop.
Did you run into something?
Boop, 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 boop.
Hello? Welcome back.
I have returned. Did you forget me? Do you still remember me? Should I introduce myself?
I remember you, chat. Do you remember her? I remember her.
See? Do you hear that? You see?
And
I'll never pee
NFS, you are
again.
fired. NFS, you are absolutely
Never
fired.
peeing again. Never
my
peeing
God.
again in my life.
You guys are actually making things infinitely worse right now. Why are you like this? Why are you all like this? I need to know. What
because
is
we all
the thought
care about you,
process?
Pharaoh. Because we all care about you.
Bro,
In our own
this is not-
special way.
Special is definitely the right word. Special is definitely the right word. Completely accurate word usage.
Ooh, but you know what? You know the what is it called? The alignment test? You know? The like
What, you mean the Dungeons and Dragons alignment test? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. I got neutral good.
I could see that.
See,
I
and Ray
haven't
doesn't
taken it-
believe me.
See, I haven't taken that in a long time. I should do that at some point. I'm wondering if my alignment has changed since the last time I took it.
Oh, it can change? I was just
No,
looking
yes,
at where
of
my
course.
warrior. Hi, my name is Kanna, and
Hi.
I just came back from the bathroom.
How's it going? I think what happened there, GP, is you are on like your second raid of the day, because somebody raided into Ray, and then Ray raided into here, and I think that's how you got here. Enjoy your time here. This is Kanna. She likes to
Hi.
rage bait people.
I don't look at me. I would never.
That is a level of cuteness that
would
only evil can
never.
achieve. That is a level of cuteness only the most profound darkness could achieve, yes.
Kanna's
No,
weaponized
Kanna's
rage
okay.
bait. I don't know.
Kanna has weaponized rage bait. That's actually fairly accurate. I'm not gonna lie. Fairly accurate statements being made right now. That's okay though. She makes up for the rage bait I guess.
The Kanna wears Miss Kobayashi. I know. Life is hard. Gotta make ends meet. Gotta stream. I say that
Yep.
as I'm sitting here, obviously not getting paid to do this. I'm just here willingly because I want to yap. I understand it now.
Not getting paid yet. Yet is the keyword there. Eventually there will be payment. Trust. You will achieve your affiliate. We manifest.
We manifest. That money song. I swear there's like this money abundance funny song that I heard. Wait. Money.
Is there really? I need to see.
Money affirmation music. It's like music to attract money and positive energy. Wait, is this the one?
Oh, you wanted to get paid for this?
What the heck is this? There's money music ASMR. What the frick is that?
I don't know. That's concerning.
Wait here. Boop, 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 boop. I think it's this one. Wait. This one. Wait. I'm very. Oh, I should have worn my glasses. Wait while I squint and do this.
Where are? Oh wait, we've already talked about this. We need to figure that. You still need to figure that out.
Yeah.
But that's an eventual thing.
You're so right.
Eventually. Baby steps to getting it figured out.
Where's the button I pressed to thingamajig? Wait. Oh.
I'm sorry, that's not vague enough for me. Could you be a little less specific?
Where's button?
You could be less specific. Hot damn, good job. I'm impressed. I asked for less specific chat and she delivered.
I did. I am nothing but a deliverer.
She do be delivering.
Wait, is it this one? Is this on? It's called the Money Loves Me song.
I see.
Wait, YouTube Music because I don't have Spotify. Sad. Money Loves Me.
I do not use the Spotify either, so I feel you.
You don't? I thought everyone does.
I use Amazon, actually. I use Amazon Music.
Oh.
No, she still hasn't gotten the audio split figure set up yet.
I think
She's still got to do that. Did you?
Sure, I did.
Oh, did you? Okay, then it should be okay.
I get it. I split it, but last time I forgot to separate Discord from the music. So because we were doing a call thing.
It came through on that. Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
I'm seeing
did you get it? Did you get that fixed?
I think I did. We're gonna find out right at this moment.
Time. Okay. I guess we'll find out, right? We will figure it out.
Okay. Plus application blah 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 blah. What happens if I do it and then it doesn't? No title, same type.
They'll just end up muting the portions of the stream where there's DMCA.
Oh, not the whole thing.
No, they'll only mute where any kind of DMCA music is being played. So like if there's not DMCA music in the VOD, they won't bother it. But if there's DMCA music, they'll mute it. You're not even affiliate yet, so
it doesn't matter, right?
I mean, they'll just do it as kind of like a soft warning to you or whatever. But since you're not affiliated, you're not making any money, so it's technically not a DMCA violation yet because you're not making money. But they'll still like mute it.
Smart. Here.
I cannot hear the music. Hold on.
Wait.
Now I can hear it. I just turned on the stream.
Abundance, I open the door. Money loves me and it comes more and more. I attract prosperity, it's my reality. Money loves me, money needs me, money wants me.
It's been stuck in my head because it kept appearing in my freaking homepage.
Money loves
Amazing.
Money flows, I am in tune. Money loves me and it's coming soon. Yeah. Money loves me.
YouTuber healing ASMR. Yeah.
Flowing endlessly.
Manifesting.
Manifesting.
Money wants me, flowing endlessly. With gratitude, I receive.
I receive.
And I believe.
I believe.
Flows, I am in tune. Money loves me and it's coming soon. Yeah.
I just gotta do
Manifest
a
some
cover
job
of this.
applications, maybe.
Money needs me, money wants
Yeah. Do you think if I cover the song, that it will actually flow endlessly?
There's only one way to find out.
money needs me, money wants me, flowing endlessly.
Yep. There you go. The money abundance song thingamajiggy. Yep.
That's amazing.
You've never
That's
heard it
absolutely
before?
amazing.
Actually.
No, I have not. I've never heard that before. That is hilarious.
Money loves me and money needs me. That's what I need to tell myself.
There you go. Absolutely. And manifest some job applications in the process. Manifest the job applications.
You're so right. You're so right. Oops. I'd be far away.
How much longer do you have before the Famil will be there to pick you up?
That's a very good question. I should check my phone, shouldn't I?
Yes, you should.
Honestly though, it's been really like interesting streaming on Twitch instead. I know it's only been a few days. But I don't know if this makes sense, but I feel somehow less pressured to stream. I don't know if it's because like I don't have to like make a waiting room and stuff like you know, it's like a small thing.
Yeah.
But also I feel like I have the kind of brain when I schedule something, I end up emptying my whole day for it. I know that doesn't make sense. Like for example, I have something at 3 p.m. right? And then in the morning, I feel like I can't do anything because I have a thing at 3 p.m. When in reality, I have like 6 hours before then. You know?
Well, I think with with YouTube, because you got to make a waiting room, you got to do this, you got to do that. There's like all these steps you've got to make to stream on YouTube versus Twitch, where you go teehee, I press go live button. Right, and then there's like I think it gives you less time to like get your head wound up in the streaming. Does that make sense? Like, because you don't have to do all this prep work ahead of time. You just sit down at your desk and go teehee, press button, and then stream goes live. So there's less time for you to like psych yourself up about having to stream and all of the stuff that has to be done before you stream. Therefore, you don't feel like you have to set the whole day aside for it. Make sense?
That's true. The way volume money magnets out. Yeah, that's the only thing in my home YouTube music thingamajig. YouTube and Twitch have a very different vibe. Welcome to the. Thank you. It's so you. Well, you know what? You guys make it very comfy here, so thank you.
It's again the for all that I'm gonna try to like encourage you to like think more about some of the the less savory aspects of being in this region of streaming. Overall, I would still say that Twitch is a better environment for streaming. It's just better designed for it, and you're gonna have people coming into your community from other communities where people are like already kind of mindful about their behavior and stuff like that. So it's not like you're starting off completely raw with a community and trying to build a community in an environment where you Yeah, YouTube has more discoverability, but I think in some ways it's almost a bad thing because like if the algorithm on YouTube decides to push you, it pushes you to everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And sometimes you don't necessarily want to get pushed to everybody. You know, it's better if you get pushed to people who align more with what your content is and what your community is, as opposed to, you know, the great unwashed masses. So
I get that though. I get that because I guess like sometimes with YouTube, it's just random people drop in, right, and they don't know what's going on, but they're still there and they're chatting out of context and everything, and it kind of sucks.
Yep.
Hmm.
And you're gonna see like that can still happen. Like I'm not gonna say that it can't. Like people will still show up from time to time, but I think it's easier to cultivate your community in this environment than it is on YouTube. A big part of it being the much broader spectrum of options you have for moderation and stuff. Just that alone, you know, that alone makes a huge difference because, you know, auto mod will filter a lot of things out before it ever has a chance to even be seen by anybody. Yeah.
Bell subs and YouTube members are the mutually comfy ones. I guess what I used to do, because one of my clips went viral, I think very early on, right? So I would get like a lot of influx of people who would just randomly swear at me because they think I like swearing. Not that I don't, I do swear. But it's gotten to a point where that's the only word they say for the whole thing for multiple streams, and I feel bad because like people can't talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you don't need that in your community.
Yeah, so I ended up just having to like make it like a what do you call it when you blacklist words?
Yeah, you can set up rules where certain words just won't show up or whatever. Yeah. See, the other big difference here is that in this environment, your what will be your moderation team will be far more robust and far more proactive. So I feel like when you were streaming on YouTube, you were having to do the lion's share of all of that by yourself.
True.
Like that's not going to be the case here. Like that's like I can just tell you that right off the rip. You're not going to have to deal with any of this shit by yourself because I'm already here and we'll, you know, Ray's going to help you and, you know, I'm sure Michi will help you and we'll make sure that we have mods to help you with stuff. You'll have a team that will help with moderation and things like that. And that makes a world of difference because you won't have to worry about keeping an eye on is chat behaving because there will be people here doing that for you so that you can just focus on doing the content, doing the doggo.
Everyone's being super nice to me and it makes me feel weird. Does that I don't know if that even makes sense because I feel like I haven't done anything and everyone's being so nice to me.
Welcome to what, like, you do stuff though. You show up and you do the things and the serotonin flows. I mean, what do you mean you don't do anything, bro?
Just exist.
You're fine. You exist. Kanna exists, and the serotonin levels elevate, and you know that's the whole point, right? That's the goal.
Man.
And then as a result, now you start getting, you know, moderators that come in and go, yes. This doggo, I shall protect it with my life. Yes. And you don't have to worry about it, you know.
The best course is set boundaries early so you can cultivate a community you like early on.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. And we'll talk about this whenever, you know, you have time. We can sit down and go over like a lot of the basics of what I can do for you in terms of moderation and getting a team set up and all that kind of good stuff. So, you know, like we'll go over all this because there are things that you want to do, like that will you know, help you moving forward if you establish them early. We've kind of talked about some of that stuff.
Yeah. Don't overwork yourself though, Pharaoh. You get tired.
I
Let me
am not
know.
overworking myself. Trust me. If I need to take time away, I just do it. You can ask NFS. If I can't, I won't. Like, I'm not trying to die for the anime women, even if they are trying to kill me.
Oh. I built this community brick. Do you know the amount of times Michi says brick by brick? Even in real life, she says it all the time. I did this brick by brick. Every single A, B, C, D, E. Yep. Good to know she says that, not just to me.
She did in fact build that community brick by brick, and by brick, she means she handed me a spade and some mortar and a bunch of bricks and said, "Pharaoh, do work."
Actually. One thing I do feel about Twitch is that it's important to be clear about the vibe you want chat to have. Like, do you accept a super spammy chat, or do you prefer a chat where actual conversation is possible? Oh.
True. Very true. And some of that, I mean, at a certain point, like, you know, in Michi's case, right? You know, when you have 3,000 to 5,000 people in your chat, like, there's only so much you can do, right?
Yeah,
there's a limit
true.
to how much, you know, there's not like, you know, there's not really a way to, I mean, yeah, slow mode, but like, again, with, you know, 3,000 to 5,000 people, that's a very different kind of environment. So in your environment where things can be, you know, kind of more chill off the get-go, you know, you want to really think about and foster the kind of vibes you want your community to have, so that's like attracts like, right? So like if you want a chill vibing community and stuff like that, you want to propagate that kind of that kind of energy and then that kind of community, and that should in theory keep you with the kind of community that you want to be in. So, you know.
You know what? Someone once told me, I think this was a couple of, maybe 2 years ago or so. They randomly came up to me and they were like, Kanna, you know what? Your community is like one of the most like loyal and like the nicest community I've ever seen. Like, it's like very rare to have communities like that. And like, that's amazing. I'm like, and I was happier than if someone complimented me. I was just like, oh my god, yeah, you know what? My community is the best. You see how amazing they are? So they're so perfect.
And that's what you want. That's the goal. That is absolutely the goal. And yeah, but CS said there is also very, very true. You have to always remember that you are the person that calls the shots. Like, people, like, sometimes they don't think I understand, like, even in like Michi's community where, you know, I'm very visible up front doing a lot of stuff like that, at the end of the day, like, Michi still is who gave me my marching orders. You know what I mean? Like, Michi is still in charge. She, you know, we talk from time to time and she tells me, like, you know, whatever about the community, but like, she still is the person at the end of the day that is ultimately in charge.
Take notes. Be in charge.
Yes.
I get like that when people compliment my dog. I feel so much pride compared, right? You understand. We can be super spammy because Michi, and sometimes we can talk normally. Oh, yeah. I guess so. Michi's chat is like super fast. It's like totally different.
Yeah.
People often think get mods and you'll grow. Mods are great, but they don't know if they aren't.
You still gotta. Yeah, your mod team is an extension of you. That's like the whole idea, is that your mod team is an extension, has to be an extension of what you want out of your streaming in your community, right? So like you say the mods do. The mods are supposed to do like the heavy lifting. That's kind of how that works. So, but you still have to tell them what to lift.
But you know what?
I don't know mods and
I don't know about and like mods, the mod teams and everyone. They work so hard though. Like, honestly, I genuinely admire everyone for being so hardworking. You know.
Well, I mean, being a moderator is typically something you do. We call it a labor of love, right? Because we find our streamer and we're like, this little creature right here, I want to protect it, and if necessary, burn down the world for it. And then that's right. Like
Violence
that's
is the answer.
Yes, violence is no. The question is the violence is the question, and the answer is always yes. Yeah. So, yeah, it's building a mod team is very important in my opinion. That's it makes things possible that aren't possible by yourself.
I feel like I'm learning a lot because I was just winging it by myself on YouTube, right? So it's like a lot of things that I didn't know existed, probably.
Well, when you first started out, like VTubing wasn't exactly new, but it was still in its like big boom phase.
Probably I started 2020, right? 6 years ago. That's crazy.
Yeah, so like 2020, like that was when the big C was at its peak and all the lockdowns and everything was happening. So VTubing exploded like every other form of like online entertainment at the time. So it's a very different environment. It was a very very different environment to what it is nowadays. So a little more work has to go into it, but it's also like as a medium, it's also like it's matured now as a medium. Like there's more like standards, there's more basic understanding of like guidelines and things like that. Like we know what works. Like we know what works now. We know what doesn't work for the most part. So on certain levels, it's a lot easier. Back when you debuted, man, it was still very much Wild West, especially in YouTube.
Yeah,
that's very much Wild West. It was crazy.
Rules are more clearly drawn now.
Yep. It's a lot easier. Like it's a lot easier to like establish boundaries and stuff like that. Well, back when everything was booming, it was still very much, there was a lot of the idol culture was still a big part of it. Even if you were an independent
that's true.
and not in one of the corporations, it was still kind of built on the base model of the idol like industry.
That's true.
So that was a big contributor to how things got done because, oh my God, Maoshi. Oh my God, my idol. Oh my God, why do I hear a boy in the background? Right? Like, like...
with the most deadpan voice ever. Like, yeah, commit to the bit. Commit to the bit.
So, it was oh my God, she spoke to a male. Like that was
but that was true though. I used to like play with one of like my fellow like Indonesian VTuber friends. It was a guy. He got death threats.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that 100%.
I felt so bad. I felt so terrible.
It was very the very toxic idol culture. We had to do a lot of work in the indie scene. There was a lot of hard words exchanged in various communities and various forums and whatnot about like what, especially as VTubing started migrating into the Western Hemisphere more and more. Like, because it started very much in like, Japan, Southeast Asia and stuff like that. But as more and more Western fans got involved, like we don't really like idol culture, like traditional idol culture is really not a thing here. Like, so for a lot of people, I know for me, it was we were like, what the fuck do you care if the anime girl has a boyfriend? Like, who cares? Like that was like how we approached this. Like so the anime woman is talking to a boy. What's the problem? We don't understand. Like because celebrities here
different
get
culture,
into
right?
all kinds of wild shit. So like the concept of a VTuber or any streamer for that matter having a boyfriend or talking to a boy or whatever, we're just like, well, yeah. I mean, they're human beings, guys. So what do you mean? So there was a huge clash when the Western fans first started coming in.
Western fans
exactly.
are big on the traditional idol culture. Oh. They really are different industries, huh?
Very different. Very, very different. Very different on so many levels. So like the concept of, getting involved in like the whole thing of like getting into the VTuber scene, and then you're like Hololive, and really Hololive more than anything, because like Niji Sanji was never like super idol. Niji Sanji was always a lot less that way. But like Hololive was like, where a lot of people got their first draw in, and we're like, okay, idols, what does that mean? All right, like, because I mean, obviously, some people in the Western Hemisphere, they've seen, idol stuff like K-pop fans and stuff like that. But like, if you weren't in that, like, if you weren't into that like specific kind of thing, idol culture, what does that mean? What do you mean the girls aren't allowed to talk to boys? What does that mean? Like,
what do you mean, Hollow comedians? That's.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah.
I don't know, and I don't want to like glaze the Western fan base, but I feel like a lot of the time when you've got like Western fans, like a big difference is like if somebody from a Western kind of background encounters like a VTuber and is like, holy shit, this is my VTuber. Like when we're fans, we're like massive support. Like it's not a without expectation of without like a lot of expectation of necessarily anything specifically in return. Does that make sense? It's more like, wow, this person streams and they're amazing and they make the serotonin happen. How can I support them? Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. We definitely, Western fans are definitely crazy in other directions. Like it's not to say but I think like the basic mentality is a little bit different. Where like idol culture was very much like hold the idols to this level of purity, and they're basically all of our girlfriend and all of that kind of stuff. Like wasn't how it's not really like how the average Western fan views things. So.
Oh, does Indonesia have big idol culture stuff? There's like a branch of like the Japanese idols right here. We have like JKT48, and I would say like they're pretty big here, and they even spawn like their own like VTuber unit, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess it's there. The culture is definitely there. Distortion, yeah. Yep. Yeah. I know you would realize like the AKB branch exactly.
So and see, it's like for me that's I went from like Hololive to the Indonesian scene, and it was like a very different vibe overall. Like way more Western in a way in the Indonesian scene, because everybody's just like whatever, like nobody cares if they have boyfriends, girlfriends, whatever. Like nobody really cares a lot of I mean, especially like Niji Sanji likes to pair up a lot of their talents, whether they're actually together or not. It's like there's like a it's perceived that way, I guess you'd say. So
JKT48V, they already have 2 gens. They have 2 gens. Wow, I don't know anything. I genuinely don't know anything. Honestly, if you ask me about like even the scene, and I know nothing. I live under a rock.
Under a rock is a good place to be sometimes.
Because I feel like I'm so far removed. I don't even have a lot of like Indonesian VTuber friends, I would say. It's not that I don't want to make friends. I don't know how to. I genuinely don't know how to make friends, you guys. If I'm the introvert and I get adopted by extroverts. That's me.
Yep.
I just wait someone to adopt me. Like, hello, please. I don't understand how you make friends. And even sometimes, right? When you know how sometimes you're, I don't know how it goes. But like for me, sometimes then my friend would like drag me elsewhere and try to like say introduce me to like other friends, and I'd be like, I don't know what say, what words, what do I do, and you know, and socializing
Rage
is so
bait
hard.
the extrovert into taking care of the gremlin invert. Yeah, that's pretty much how it works.
Hey, to be fair, accidents happen.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Accidents happen. It was an accident. How was I supposed to know you'd be rage baited by bots existing in my Discord server? Who knew?
Bro, it wasn't the bots. It wasn't the bots. I mean,
Wasn't
the bots.
the
Some of the
bots?
bots were like whatever. No, it was the when I asked you who your mods were, and you were like, and then when I was like, okay, well, what's the mod role? And you were like, and I was like, oh, okay, I see. That's helpful. That's great. We love that. That's amazing.
But
Sometimes
now.
Sometimes it's yeah, because I figured it out and told you. Sometimes it's accidental, like I feel like, but I can always tell that giggle that like she'll say something and like I'll start thinking in caps lock, and she can tell that I started thinking in caps lock, and then she giggles. And I'm like, let's see.
What if,
yes, that's
what
it.
if
That's
I'm just
right
giggling
there.
from the tension? Did it ever occur to you that maybe I'm just nervously laughing?
No, because I've learned you have different laughs very rapidly, and there's a very specific laugh that follows up the rage bait, and it is not a nervous giggle.
Be real. That cannot be real.
Absolute,
that cannot be real.
The brattiest little giggle. Like, tee hee, I did it.
No. What if, right? You're hypersensitive to it, so you think it's like, you know, a brat giggle when it's just a normal giggle.
And then she starts gaslighting me, Chad. You see what's happening right now? I'm being gaslit again.
Like human psychology, right? When something bugs you, you start noticing it more. You know what I mean? See, but
it doesn't bother me. It's just an observation.
Nice try. We heard it on stream. I never giggled that way.
They see they heard it. Chat heard it. Ray heard it. Buddy.
That's a different type of giggle. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that I don't even know which giggle you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about. I would never rage bait you or giggle.
Of course you would.
Inner peace.
Yes. Inner peace, indeed.
Nice try gaslighting Pharaoh. They can't be good. See, Pharaoh, I would never gaslight you. You can't be gaslit. See,
now that you've said that, Pat, he just immediately took that as a challenge. Did you hear that pause when she read it? And then she paused before she replied. That was her accepting the challenge that you just laid out to her, that I can't be gaslit. Do you see what you've done? Do you see that smile? Do you see that smile
smiling.
right there?
I'm just smiling.
See that smug ass smile on her face right now. Brat immediately activates.
I'll have you know that I am a mature young lady who would never go touch grass.
She lied as naturally as she breathed.
Proceeds to lie forever. Dang.
It's
Gaslighting
fine. It's fine.
Farrell. Gaslighting Farrell.
She's not the first. I'm still learning Kanna. See, we're still in the learning phase, chat. I am still developing my file on Kanna. And once I have learned Kanna, all of her gaslighting and rage baiting will cease to be effective. So I'm letting her enjoy it while she can.
Well, you know what? Someone earlier said that so far my Twitch streams are more casual than my YouTube streams. Maybe because I feel less pressured. So then I just relax more, and then I chill, and then I just chat. Because I guess maybe because of those earlier days where it was like a lot of people that weren't really part of my community dropping by, I sometimes feel like I have to be a certain way when I stream on YouTube. Sometimes I feel that way. Not that I'm trying to like fake something, but more like sometimes I do miss streaming, and sometimes I want to chill and chat, but I don't have the energy to be like super hyper the whole time. But I feel like I don't know if I can be that way on YouTube sometimes.
VTubing is a performance art. Like, the reality of it is, being a VTuber is being a performer, right? And that's not to say that you're not being genuine. It's like, Michi talks about this on stream, like, Michi on stream is presenting certain aspects of herself, right? Not all of herself, because of course not, because there are some things that just wouldn't be entertaining.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I've been in calls with Michi before, and there are times when, like, especially if like Michi's locking in, like if we're doing something like work related or whatever, Michi locked in is not zany, whimsical, like fairy princess. She is locked in, and she is serious, and that's why she talks about, like, you know, people don't necessarily need to see her that way because it wouldn't be entertaining, right? So like, just because you
Where did the voice go? Where did the Farrell? Farrell got nuked. Hello?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, my
Are you
internet has
okay?
been. It's my internet is doing weird shit tonight. I'm probably gonna need to reset my. God, I can't wait till we move next week. Oh, next week we move, and then it's fiber optic and no more Spectrum. Oh, no more Spectrum is gonna be so lovely. Yeah, I don't know. It's today it just started doing this weird thing where I periodically cut out and come back and cut out and come back. It's like not fully disconnecting. It's just, I don't know, internet doing internet things.
Man, I thought
No,
you kicked
see,
your
my
router
router
too.
sits very nicely on my desk, off of the wall, off of the floor, in a non-precarious state, and I don't touch it because I don't have to touch it, so it never gets dropped.
I mean, of course, who would ever like drop their routers on purpose?
Right. Who would ever drop their routers?
On purpose.
Who would
on
ever
purpose.
slap their
on purpose.
their router
on purpose. That might be on purpose. That may slightly be on purpose, but you know, for a good cause. And he's gone again.
YouTube.
Oh, thought you hated me.
Right. Nope, there it is. Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, my internet's just being goofy.
You kicked
and
your
Discord's
router.
being goofy.
You kicked your router.
So, I can't kick my router. It's literally nowhere near my feet. I would have to kick through my desk to kick my router.
That's some very strong legs you have, good sir.
I mean, my legs are definitely long enough for my feet to be flat on the floor, but you know.
You know what? Actually, I feel like I may be getting like physical issues because I keep crossing my legs because I can't touch the floor. I like genuine concern Cause like I think
Yeah, I don't think you're really supposed to sit cross-legged for extended periods of time.
Yeah, I do it all the time and like everywhere. I feel like it's a natural position for me now, and I feel like it's not good. Cause I went to like, what is it, like physiotherapy? Cause I think I double checked and I think one of my legs was like shifting, so like one is like slightly longer than the other because of how tilted I sit. Like, you know what I mean? You know when you cross your legs and one foot is on top of the other, and like the muscles were like staying that way.
Yeah.
Even when I was walking, so I was getting like pain, you know?
Yeah. What Sin said is right. You need a footstool or something that so you can like sit like properly in your chair and just have something for your feet to rest on.
So like when you sit on your chair, you're supposed to be able to touch the floor.
I mean, typically yes.
I have issues because I can't reach the floor.
And that's where they make like, you know, footstools and things for those of people who like can't reach the floor. Yeah. You know, jokes aside, like genuinely that is a thing, you know, for your ergonomics or whatever. So they do make things to help if your legs are not long enough to reach the floor.
You can't favor one side, you just... Yeah, because then I catch myself. You know when you stand and you accidentally like lean on just one foot? Yeah, I feel like it just continues to like everything. So it
does.
My body, like they scanned it, right? They had this camera thingy with like a scanning thingy.
Yeah.
And my body was like a zigzag. My head was tilting left, but my shoulders were tilting the other way, and then my hips were tilting the other way. And
your
then my
body
legs were
posture
shorter
is
the other.
absolutely fucked, Kanna. What are you doing? your body posture is absolutely
like not
fucking
scoliosis,
cooked.
it's just like the it's like a tilt angle.
Yeah.
It's not to a point where it's scoliosis, but like if tilting. I don't fix it, probably that's gonna happen. No.
Yeah.
You're not a Tetris piece. That's crazy.
They sell they sell braces that you can get that will help you to correct your that will help you to correct your posture, and you might want to think about that. they do make it's kind of like a back brace kind of thing, and it's I had a cousin who had scoliosis. They do use it for scoliosis, right? But it's also used for people with poor posture. It is 100% a thing. Like I had a cousin that had to wear one for a while because her posture was absolutely dog shit, and she was very. And it's like, especially if you're kind of like on the smaller statured side, because you don't have like the muscle mass necessary to make your body do what you want it to do. Like it'll help to like build your muscle to do what you needed to do. So yeah, it's kind of like a corset. Yeah, there's like a whole like contraption you can get that'll help like straighten out your spine, and it'll also help with your neck and stuff like that. So just an idea. And getting like a footstool so that you have a way to like, you know, not sit cross-legged all the time.
Ray did tell me that Pilates is also supposed to help with posture, like trying to like realign everything. I don't know how that works, but I should probably...
Pilates is not a bad way to go.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, you know what?
Listen,
being human is a lot of work. Good thing I'm a dog.
Yes, it is. Yes. And let me tell you something from experience with having multiple joints that are in a hot shape, or like just absolute mess now, including my back and whatnot, is take care of it when you're young enough that it's like easier to fix. You put it off for too long, and the longer you put it off, the worse it gets and the harder it is to fix.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. You're so right. You're so correct. I wear a vest that makes it so my shoulders go back. Yeah, that too, right? Because like your shoulders like How is it? Is that shrimping? Is that what's called shrimping when it
Yes,
like, goes
when
to
you're
the front?
hunched over all the time. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's shrimping. Yeah, when you're if your head, so like what it is like your head is supposed to be like your neck is supposed to be in line with your spine, like in a straight line going down. So like if your chin extends over your chest, like then you're sitting with bad posture. Like your head should be, your chin should be like not like way out over your chest or whatever.
Mm.
Don't sit like a creature.
Me. I'm well
don't
now
sit
they're
like a
just
creature.
floating. I'm trying to like straighten them out. I'm just like floats in air. That's me right now, floating in air. The funny thing is, I even got this chair that's supposedly for like my height. You know what I mean? I mean, this is the shortest one they had. Like they had ones for like people who are over like a certain height. This was basically the smallest size that they have. My feet still don't touch the floor.
Well, you are somewhat on the smaller size, so that's going to be an obstacle that you're going to have to surmount, and the footstool really is like probably your best bet for that.
But honestly, though, I feel like I'm regular height here. I think I'm average size for Indonesia, height wise. I don't.
The chair would beg to differ.
The chair was not a wise chair.
The chair
The
would
chair
beg to
was
differ
not the
about
wisest chair around.
Like,
You know what? Honestly, no. The chair is just rage baiting me. Ray calls you short. Okay, to be fair, Ray and me aren't even that different in like height. Only like few centimeters. It doesn't matter. It practically doesn't matter. Yes.
You just got done telling us earlier about how you shop for clothing in the children's section. Most office chairs are designed for adults. Do you see where I'm going with that?
Aren't you 1 centimeter shorter than Michi? Wait, how tall is Michi?
Tiny.
Oh.
Michi is tiny as hell.
Height measurement. Oh my god, I am 1 centimeter shorter than her.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, like, you know, without actually trying to rage bait you, if you're shopping in the children's clothing department, like probably your chair is like, if you're using like a regular office chair, like that's you know, that's gonna be your problem, right? Because the chair is made for average height adults, which you are not meeting the minimum requirement. But it's so
annoying. I already have to use a ladder to get like plates from the cupboards. It's so annoying.
Yeah, you just need.
You know what? I should
wear
those platform shoes. I need those 20 centimeter platform shoes, and I'll use them at my house. I'll just never take them off.
That'll be bad for your that'll probably be bad for your posture too.
What? How can? Why is everything bad for my posture?
Broken ankles are not a solution. I agree. With Sasa, no. I agree. Broken ankles are not a solution.
They're bad for your spine? Why?
Yeah, because your feet, it's supposed to be flat on the floor to keep alignment out.
Aren't platform shoes flat?
Not usually, no.
No? Then why are they called platforms?
Maybe if you get like, I don't know, 20 centimeter tall sandals.
20 centimeter tall. Now let me just, you know, I'll just go on. I'll find it. I believe you, Pharaoh. I believe that this magical slippers thingamajig exists.
Crocs plus 20 centimeter Crocs.
Just glue a brick under your stomach. Would that work? would that actually work? Would I'm pretty sure I will break. I'll break my ankles. Like genuinely,
That would be
something
so bad
stupid is
for
gonna
you.
happen.
Yeah, you need way more than one brick.
I hate this.
Oh,
I'm imagining it right now. Yeah.
that
yeah.
is just
Two
just
wrong
one brick,
steps.
but it's gotta be the gray cinder block. That'll get it done. Just glue.
You think I can lift my feet that way? Can you like imagine how heavy are cinder blocks? Holy crap!
It's extra.
Oh my god!
Just extra leg day. Every day is leg day.
Extra leg day. Michi, you know, I will agree with Michi. You know, what if my butt disappears into my thighs? Because why? Because I wear cinder blocks as sandals. Like, think about it. Dang it. Cinder blocks are lighter than bricks, actually. Are you sure? Aren't they bigger? Aren't they bigger? Dang, you did 70 kg on leg press. Oh, Zaid. Wait, when you count leg press weights, do you just count the weights of the barbell?
Oh, my internet.
Hi, fair. Welcome back from the void.
Thank you.
How was
Thank
it
you.
there?
It's my natural environment, so it was fine. Where do you think I was spawned from, Kanna? The void.
Oh, of course.
Of
I mean,
course.
what weight should be total? Oh, okay. So if the weights are 60 kg, and then the base weight is 77 kilos, how much did I push?
Was that like 130 kilos?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, 137
the
kilos.
number. Yeah.
God damn, girl.
And I didn't know. I thought I was such a wuss. I'm like, oh my god, I can only push like 60 kilos. I'm such a wuss. And then I realized that the base weight of the machine is 77 kilos. And I didn't know.
That's crazy.
Absolutely didn't know.
She
Michi
got
won't
them-
have
she
leg
got
day
them-
with me.
She's
I'm
got
so
them
sad.
leggies. That's crazy.
It's actually impressive. Yeah, I mean, with that weight, I could do 10 to 12 reps. So I think I upped it to 70. So that would be like 147? 147. I think I only did like 8. I think. Progress.
Still,
Sadly.
147 is thunder legs with a Z-shaped back.
Yeah, that's why like a couple of weeks ago, a thing on my car got loose. You know, the side fenders? I don't know what they're called. It's like the thing on the side, on the bottom of the door, thingamajiggy.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Anyway, it got loose, right? And there's like this clip that clips it onto the body of the car. And I was my hands were full, so I like couldn't like, usually I would like push it back in, right, with my thumb. But my hands were full, so I nudged it lightly with my leg, with my foot, and it broke.
We'll have to fix that.
Yeah, so I just
Count
taped
created.
it. Right
I know,
now my
something
car
else.
is taped together. With like, what is it called?
Nice.
The tape that holds together packages, you know, that plastic
Packing tape.
brown.
Yeah, packing tape.
Yeah. So my car
Yeah,
has
packing tape.
yes.
No, that's just packing tape. That's the packing tape is holding the car. Could you at least upgrade to duct tape?
I don't have duct tape.
Could you obtain some duct tape and
No,
upgrade to duct tape?
that's what I asked my grandpa. Then he saw it, looked at me, looked back at the thing, looked at me again, and he said, "Why didn't you just buy the thing that you broke? The clip." I'm like, "Oh my god, you're so smart, grandpa." So I bought the clips. They've been here for a week, but I forgot to put them on. So it's still with packing tape.
She needs like a life moderator. like
I know what you mean. What do you mean?
a stream moderator isn't isn't sufficient. She needs like a whole ass life moderator.
What do you mean? Are you implying something? I'm not a failure, I promise. I'll do better.
NFS, I'd have to like move to Indonesia. I don't want to do that. Visit? Sure. Live there?
You just come here and eat a lot of food with a lot of spices.
And then die from the fucking heat.
Well, wait, what is the usual temperature there, like for daily life?
Well, it depends on the season. It
Right,
fluctuates.
you have seasons.
But like,
Okay.
yeah, we have
What is it
seasons,
now?
right? So right off the bat, right now we are averaging. Hold on, let me pull up YouTube so I can.
Please tell me in Celsius.
Yes, that's what I'm working towards.
Thank you.
getting
Thank you.
here, 'cause
If
I
you
know.
tell me in
So-
Fahrenheit, like it's not gonna work.
Fahrenheit. So like, right now our daytime averages are. What are we looking at this week? Let's just say
Oh my god, wait,
So, like,
Ray is here, right? Apparently in
26
Indonesia,
degrees.
26. Wait, what? 26 Celsius?
Yeah, Celsius. That's like our average
temperature.
at the moment. But we're about to drop down, or we have a cold spike coming in, so we're gonna be dropping down to to 10 for a few days.
That's only 10 less than Indo. Haha. Wait, what is it in Indonesia? Like I saw Michi's tweet where she retweeted apparently in April the heat is gonna spike in Indonesia. Am I just cooked? Am I just cooked?
Yeah,
It's
I
gonna
couldn't
absolutely suck.
like on average, like in summer here, like we usually average around 36 degrees, depending on what phase of summer you're in. So, and then it's like pretty high humidity, usually like 40% humidity or something like that.
What the
Like
heck?
Indonesia's way worse. But yeah.
Kanna would freeze 5 degrees. 5 degrees 0. Those are you're all just mentioning the temperature of the fridge here. Those are all like freezer chiller temperatures here. What the heck do you live in like a perpetual freezer and chiller? What the freak? -4.
So we typically keep the air conditioning set to 20 degrees.
So it's a heater. Or is it a cooler?
No, that's a cooler. So
Okay.
that's about because when it's 36 or more outside, keeping it down to 20 inside is very nice.
Jakarta's hot bunding is not really. Well, it is like higher in altitude. Does that matters, right? No? Right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it can.
Imagine having aircon.
Yeah, altitude does matter. The other issue is since most everybody I know either lives in or around Jakarta, that would most likely be where I would be at, and I've been told about the air quality there. Did you see the picture that I sent you? Wait, what happened to the picture that I sent you? Hold on. Oh, there it is. Scroll up past where you were taunting me with your router.
Hey. I don't know what scrolls. Where? The sky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see that's what I'm used to. Is nice,
Your
clear
sky is
blue sky.
so. Where are the clouds? Is it just a particularly not cloudy day?
Yeah, it's just a not cloudy day.
Okay.
That's
Because I
how-
needed
that's
to know
how-
if clouds existed there too.
Yes, of course. Clouds exist here. It's just this is a nice, clear, no cloudy day. And that's the air quality
Man.
that I'm used to. So I don't know that I could deal with living in Jakarta.
Jakarta is a grayscale city. I mean, I can't even disagree with you.
Michi has told stories about how the air pollution in Jakarta is, and I'm pretty sure that I would take in like a couple lungfuls and start coughing.
I'm asthmatic. I would die. My God, yeah, you'd probably need. Back during the pandemic, some companies made like those air purifier masks that you can like wear as you like go out. You know, for safety, you should wear that. Just so it purifies as you suck in the air.
I have a full face respirator with some pretty aggressive filters on it, and I feel like I'd probably want to bring that with me. Just put on the full face respirator.
First thing is, Indonesia is also so damp.
I mean, it's damp as fuck here too. So, like when I lived in California, I lived in Northern California, so it wasn't as bad as like Southern California. Southern California is really rough, but even in Northern California, it was not always great. So, but that was that was like 20 years ago since I last lived in California. So I'm very accustomed to like the air quality we have in Alabama.
But me trying to remember if I had any fresh air in my childhood. Probably not. Does that mean I'll need a gas mask? It'll be fine. You'll be fine. Probably.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
I mean, Zaid visited, right? Did you did your nose go sniffles or no? Because like if you visit somewhere that's like particularly like has a lot of particulates in the air, doesn't it make you like snotty? You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
No, I mean I'm sure I could deal. It just wouldn't be fun. Like the breathing would not be enjoyable. I don't have asthma or anything like that. Like I don't have any like lung problems or whatever.
I know.
So
I
that
think
wouldn't be.
That wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, that wouldn't necessarily. It's just like I say, it just wouldn't be an enjoyable experience because I'm used to a very high quality of air here. So ending up in going to Jakarta is going to be. I don't really have allergies either. Though I mean they say that, but when you travel, you're exposed to new pollens and stuff like that. So I don't know. I could be allergic to the tree that produces candle nuts, for example. So
back to candle nuts. Yeah.
the candle
I hope you
nuts.
get them. I hope you find them, or just use macadamia.
Yeah, macadamia is probably the best bet.
I mean, wait, how many of you guys have tried like Indonesian fried rice? Like probably slightly more authentic ones, other than the people obviously living in Indonesia, I guess. I mean, I had fried rice for foodsies.
Kanna,
again,
as much fun as I'm having yapping, what's the countdown for your family to arrive?
I forgot. I totally forgot.
Yeah. You might need to go get your stuff together, because isn't it getting close to them coming to be here?
I totally forgot. Well,
yep.
Oh my god, that was an hour ago. Wait, no.
Yeah, I think pretty close too.
Oh my god, I have to go. No, don't worry. It's fine. You know what? Wait. Mathing. Time. Math. Teleportation. 1528. Okay. I have. The good thing is my grandmother decided to go to the salon, so she was late. So thus I'm not late.
Yet.
You know.
Mhm,
They're
mhm.
arriving in 30 minutes. See,
You need to
it's
go.
fun.
You need to go get ready. You need to
You're
go get ready.
right.
You can't leave the house in that shirt. I mean, you
You
could.
still remember that I'm wearing the
You,
shirt.
yes, you could leave the house in that shirt, but I don't think it would work out very well for you.
Here in
think your
Indonesia,
family-
man, I'll get mobbed.
Yeah. I was like, I don't think that's gonna.
Genuinely, I'll probably get mobbed. Be
Yeah.
presentable. Ugh,
Yeah.
that takes so much work. It requires getting. I crossed my legs again. I don't know at which point I crossed my legs again. You can't let your family see you in that shirt. What if I
Yeah.
told you my grandma does the same thing?
Oh dear. Oh dear. Telling you, chat, she's just practicing to become her grandmother. That's what it is. She's just practicing to become her grandmother. Go get ready for outings. Go. You need to do responsible things. Yeah, you probably need to take a shower too, right?
You're so right. You're so correct. You're so correct. Okay. I have a stupid question.
I probably have a not stupid answer. What do you got?
How do you rate someone? Can I rate someone even if I'm not? Even if
Yes,
I'm not, I can.
Yes,
Not that I know anyone.
Hold on, let me
Actually.
see. Let me see if anybody I know is on right now.
And then
Hold
someone
on.
can wake up after their nap and be like, "How did I get here?"
Let's see.
Ooh,
Who is streaming right now?
Yeah, I love how
I know
don't
who
know
you
anyone.
can stream. I know who you can raid.
Meow.
I know who you can raid. Her name is Mishi Molly, and she is a delight.
Mishi Molly. Oh.
Hold on, I can give you her here. I'm gonna just drop it in the group chat.
Oh, okay. How does one raid?
So what you do is you go to your chat box and you type /raid space and then put down Molly's channel name. What I just linked you.
Name or link?
Or you can just put down /Missy. So you just type Mishi Molly, and that should get it done.
And then it immediately leaves, like in
No, it'll start the raid. It'll start the raid, and then in the upper corner, yeah, make sure you don't misspell. So like here, just type this. Here, I'll make it easy for you.
I copy pasted what you sent me. There's also a raid you guys use on your stream dashboard via Twitch. You're so smart. You're so smart. I should do that. Oh. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for accompanying. Oh my god. Is it like 4 a.m. where you are?
Yes.
Oh my god, go sleep.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Did I keep you up? I'm so sorry.
No, this is average for me. This is average for me. It's fine. Yeah.
5 a.m.
I keep a weird sleep schedule because Michi.
The rage bait keeps him up.
The rage bait keeps me up.
Even as he like tries to close his eyes and fall asleep and goes, the router.
The router. The router.
Thank you guys so much for accompanying me, yapping about absolutely nothing, probably. Man, it's been so much fun. I really genuinely mean it when I say like, you guys are making the whole experience really fun and comfy for me. Thank you so much. Boop, 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 boop.
We're happy to be here, right, chat? We're happy to be here.
Michi regularly yaps about
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah,
That girl, she's amazing.
you're gonna be fine. Michi has set the bar in strange places.
I
You'll
know.
be fine.
It would be nice if you can keep. I'm trying, right? So yeah, I'm trying to do 7 days in a row. I can't say the time, the exact time, but I'll try to do it every single day up until my birthday, because then I at least get to spend a bit of my birthday together with you guys.
Beautiful.
Drop by. Drop by. Don't
Absolutely.
forget me. Look at me. What if you forget me? I'm gonna perish.
Nobody's going to forget you. Nobody
Kanna's
is
so
going to
normal.
forget you. Oh my god. Kanna is
Am
very
I
normal
actually
in
normal?
comparison.
Really?
In comparison. He there in comparison.
In comparison, why do you have to emphasize in
I
comparison?
have to specify. I have to specify.
Okay. So I
Okay,
press the
right.
thingy.
Do the thingy. There
Got
you
it?
go. Okay. Yep, and then everybody will
That's
start
so much
loading up.
fun. That's so cool.
Yep, everybody will start loading up. And then you can either let the little
Whoa.
bar run out, or you can press the button that says raid now. Because there's a little button that'll say
Oh.
raid now.
Uh-huh. What other
Yeah.
bar run out? What bar is there supposed to be?
She doesn't have a raid message yet. Let's do this.
Oh.
I got you. There you go. There you go, chat. Copy paste. Copy paste. There's your raid message. There you go.
Okay, so I
Perfect. Thank
click
you guys.
button.
And now you click button. Goodbye, chat.
Bye,
Be nice to
chat.
Molly. She's a lot of
Nice and
fun. You'll like
Molly.
her.
Yeah, have fun. Go sleep if you want to. Like, bye. And wait, and I do this. And then I do what? And then do I click the thing? Wait. I'm deaf. Okay. Bye-bye. Wait, do I have to press stop streaming? Now stop?